一，在家中，早晨好。
Good morning.
Good morning.
闹钟响了吗？
Did the alarm clock go off?
Did the alarm clock go off?
该起床了，
It's time to get up.
It's time to get up.
快点起床。
Get up soon.
Get up soon.
你醒了吗？
Are you awake?
Are you awake?
你不舒服吗？
Are you feeling sick?
Are you feeling sick?
睡得好吗？
Did you sleep well?
Did you sleep well?
能帮我关掉闹钟吗？
Would you turn off the alarm clock?
Would you turn off the alarm clock?
你终于起来了。
You finally got up.
You finally got up.
今天是个好天儿。
It's a nice day.
It's a nice day.
昨晚你熬夜了？
Did you stay up late last night?
Did you stay up late last night?
把被子叠好。
Let's fold up the futon.
Let's fold up the futon.
昨天晚上你打呼噜了。
You were snoring last night.
You were snoring last night.
我做了个可怕的梦。
I had a nightmare.
I had a nightmare.
你一直没关灯啊。
You left the light on.
You left the light on.
我得洗脸了。
I have to go wash my face.
I have to go wash my face.
该吃早饭了。
It's time to eat breakfast.
It's time to eat breakfast.
我还困着呢。
I'm still sleepy.
I'm still sleepy.
我还打哈欠呢。
I'm still yawning.
I'm still yawning.
昨天的酒还没醒呢。
I have a hangover.
I have a hangover.
我是个夜猫子。
I'm a night person.
I'm a night person.
我是用咖啡来提神的。
Coffee wakes me up.
Coffee wakes me up.
刷牙了吗？
Did you brush your teeth?
Did you brush your teeth?
我得梳梳头了。
I have to comb my hair.
I have to comb my hair.
穿什么好呢？
What should I wear?
What should I wear?
快换衣服。
Hurry up and get dressed.
Hurry up and get dressed.
把睡衣收好。
Put those pajamas away.
Put those pajamas away.
我走了，妈妈。
I'm leaving. Bye, Mom.
I'm leaving. Bye, Mom.
今天我们逃学吧。
Let's play hooky today.
Let's play hooky today.
你毛衣穿反了。
You're wearing your sweater inside out.
You're wearing your sweater inside out.
上下颠倒了。
It's upside down.
It's upside down.
别忘了扔垃圾呀。
Don't forget to take out the garbage.
Don't forget to take out the garbage.
今天该你扔垃圾了。
It's your turn to take out the garbage.
It's your turn to take out the garbage.
今天你干什么？
What are you doing today?
What are you doing today?
你快点儿，我们该迟到了。
If you don't hurry, we'll be late.
If you don't hurry, we'll be late.
快点儿，上学该迟到了。
Hurry or you'll be late for school.
Hurry, or you'll be late for school.
你锁门了吗？
Did you lock the door?
Did you lock the door?
没忘了什么东西吧？
Aren't you forgetting something?
Aren't you forgetting something?
都已经8点了。
It's already 8 o'clock.
It's already 8 o'clock.
我晚了，
I'm late.
I'm late.
我得赶紧走。
I have to rush.
I have to rush.
你今天会回来的晚吗？
Are you going to be late today?
Are you gonna be late today?
几点回来？
What time are you coming home?
What time are you coming home?
饭盒带了吗？
Have you got your lunchbox?
Have you got your lunchbox?
今天好像要下雨。
It might rain today.
It might rain today.
出门的时候可别忘了锁门。
Don't forget to lock the door when you leave.
Don't forget to lock the door when you leave.
我回来了。
I'm home.
I'm home.
你回来了。
Welcome home.
Welcome home.
今天过得愉快吗？
Did you have a good time?
Did you have a good time?
今天怎么样？
How did it go today?
How did it go today?
我可以出去玩会儿吗？
Can I go out to play?
Can I go out to play?
我饿了。
I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
点心在哪儿？
Where are the snacks?
Where are the snacks?
我去补习学校了。
I'm going to cram school now.
I'm going to cram school now.
能给我点零花钱吗？
May I have my allowance?
May I have my allowance?
真累啊。
I'm tired.
I'm tired.
晚饭你想吃什么？
What would you like for dinner?
What would you like for dinner?
你能帮我准备餐具吗？
Would you help me set the table?
Would you help me set the table?
晚饭做什么好呢？
What should I make for dinner?
What should I make for dinner?
还是家好啊。
It's good to be home.
It's good to be home.
你能不能赶紧去趟商店？
Would you run to the store?
Would you run to the store?
洗澡水烧好了。
The bath is ready.
The bath is ready.
我要冲个澡。
I'm taking a shower.
I'm taking a shower.
晚饭做好了吗？
Is dinner ready?
Is dinner ready?
妈妈，今天晚饭吃什么？
Mom, what's for dinner tonight?
Mom, what's for dinner tonight?
晚饭吃什么？
What's for dinner?
What's for dinner?
今天吃咖喱饭。
Today we're having curry.
Today, we're having curry.
还要多久才能做好呀？
How soon can you get it ready?
How soon can you get it ready?
我吃了啊，
Let's eat.
Let's eat.
请先吃吧。
Please go ahead.
Please, go ahead.
这把刀真快呀！
This knife cuts well, doesn't it?
This knife cuts well, doesn't it?
水开了，
The water's boiling.
The water is boiling.
开饭了，
Come and get it.
Come and get it.
该吃饭了。
It's time to eat.
It's time to eat.
这就来。
I'm coming.
I'm coming.
手洗干净了吗？
Did you wash your hands well?
Did you wash your hands well?
别弄洒了。
Don't spill it.
Don't spill it.
把碗里的菜吃光。
Eat all of your vegetables.
Eat all of your vegetables.
把饭吃光。
Finish up your plate.
Finish up your plate.
我不喜欢吃芦笋。
I don't like asparagus.
I don't like asparagus.
谢谢您的款待。
It was very delicious. Thank you.
It was very delicious. Thank you.
能帮我收拾盘子吗？
Would you clear the table?
Would you clear the table?
把盘子洗了。
Do the dishes.
Do the dishes.
我擦盘子。
I'll dry the dishes.
I'll dry the dishes.
你干什么呢？
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
我看电视呢。
I'm watching TV.
I'm watching TV.
有什么好看的节目吗？
Are there any good programs on TV?
Are there any good programs on TV?
野茂上电视了。
Nomo is on TV.
Nomo is on TV.
8频道演什么呢？
What's on Channel 8?
What's on Channel 8?
能不能帮我换个台？
Would you change the channel?
Would you change the channel?
我还想看电视。
I want to watch more TV.
I want to watch more TV.
铺床吧。
Let's spread out the futon.
Let's spread out the futon.
我困了。
I'm sleepy.
I'm sleepy.
作业做了吗？
Did you do your homework?
Did you do your homework?
好好学习。
Study hard.
Study hard.
快点睡觉。
Hurry up and go to sleep.
Hurry up and go to sleep.
游戏玩够了吧？
Enough with your video games.
Enough with your video games.
一定要刷牙哦。
Make sure you brush your teeth.
Make sure you brush your teeth.
明天的东西都准备好了吗？
Are you ready for tomorrow?
Are you ready for tomorrow?
我去洗个澡。
I'm going to take a bath.
I'm going to take a bath.
该睡觉了。
Time to go to sleep.
Time to go to sleep.
电视还开着呢。
You left the TV on.
You left the TV on.
别把你的东西都摊在这儿。
Don't leave your stuff here.
Don't leave your stuff here.
把闹钟定在8点了。
I set the alarm clock for 8.
I set the alarm clock for 8.
明天7点叫醒我。
Wake me up at 7 tomorrow.
Wake me up at 7 tomorrow.
晚安，
Good night.
Good night.
做个好梦。
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
我真想睡个午觉。
I want to take a nap.
I want to take a nap.
我去躺一会儿。
I'm going to lie down.
I'm going to lie down.
你在装睡啊？
You're pretending to be asleep.
You're pretending to be asleep.
你睡着了吗？
Were you sleeping?
Were you sleeping?
没有，还没睡呢。
No, I was awake.
No, I was awake.
你能给孩子换块尿布吗？
Will you change the baby's diaper?
Will you change the baby's diaper?
想尿尿吗？
Do you need to pee?
Do you need to pee?
该尿尿了。
It's time to go wee-wee.
It's time to go wee-wee.
我们来投球吧。
Let's play catch.
Let's play catch.
漏水了，
The water's leaking.
The water is leaking.
全是灰呀。
It's so dusty.
It's so dusty.
这间屋子通风真差。
It's stuffy in this room.
It's stuffy in this room.
这个房间很通风。
It's drafty in this room.
It's drafty in this room.
你能去喂喂狗吗？
Will you feed the dog?
Will you feed the dog?
你去遛遛狗吧。
Will you take the dog for a walk?
Will you take the dog for a walk?
帮我照看一下弟弟和妹妹啊。
Take care of my brother and sister.
Take care of my brother and sister.
请给植物浇点水。
Please water the plants.
Please water the plants.
啊，怎么这么乱呀？
What a mess.
What a mess.
帮帮我吧。
Help me.
Help me.
把你的屋子收拾收拾。
Clean up your room.
Clean up your room.
帮我打扫打扫卫生。
Help me clean up the house.
Help me clean up the house.
洗涤灵用完了。
We're out of dish detergent.
We're out of dish detergent.
你能把衣服晾上吗？
Would you put up the clothes to dry?
Would you put up the clothes to dry?
你能帮我把衣服叠起来吗？
Will you help me fold up the clothes?
Will you help me fold up the clothes?
把地扫扫。
Please sweep the floor.
Please sweep the floor.
把厨房的池子洗干净。
Please scrub the sink.
Please scrub the sink.
我得用吸尘器吸吸我房间了。
I have to vacuum my room.
I have to vacuum my room.
掸掸柜子上的土。
Please dust the shelves.
Please dust the shelves.
请拖拖地。
Please mop the floor.
Please mop the floor.
你能把那件衬衫熨熨吗？
Will you iron the shirt?
Will you iron the shirt?
我的裙子得熨了。
I have to iron my skirt.
I have to iron my skirt.
我们去超市买东西吧。
Let's go grocery shopping.
Let's go grocery shopping.
公园里人挤人。
The park was crowded.
The park was crowded.
今晚能帮我照看一下孩子吗？
Can you babysit tonight?
Can you babysit tonight?
这是送给你的。
This is for you.
This is for you.
这是你的那份儿。
This is your share.
This is your share.
过生日想要什么礼物？
What do you want for your birthday?
What do you want for your birthday?
我经常下班以后运动。
I usually work out after work.
I usually work out after work.
我开始慢跑锻炼。
I've started jogging.
I've started jogging.
我戒烟了。
I quit smoking.
I quit smoking.
你常做梦吗？
Do you dream often?
Do you dream often?
最近我总是丢三落四的。
I've been forgetful lately.
I've been forgetful lately.
什么时候到期？
When is this due?
When is this due?
交费日期截止到30号。
It's due on the 30th.
It's due on the 30th.
能帮我换一下零钱吗？
Could you give me change?
Could you give me change?
能帮我换开100日元吗？
Do you have change for 100 yen?
Do you have change for 100 yen?
我要存5000日元。
I need to deposit 5,000 yen in my savings account.
I need to deposit 5,000 yen in my savings account.
我要取5000日元。
I need to withdraw 5,000 yen from my savings account.
I need to withdraw 5,000 yen from my savings account.
我是自己掏的腰包。
I paid out of my own pocket.
I paid out of my own pocket.
我没带现金。
I'm out of cash.
I'm out of cash.
我现在没有多少现金。
I don't have much money on me now.
I don't have much money on me now.
身无分文。
I'm broke.
I'm broke.
现在我有很多现金。
I have a lot of money on me now.
I have a lot of money on me now.
我可没有时间闲待着。
I can't afford to be lazy.
I can't afford to be lazy.
多浪费呀！
What a waste.
What a waste.
他因为还不上债 而躲了起来。
He didn't pay the debt and disappeared.
He didn't pay the debt and disappeared.
2. 享受余暇时间。这个周末你有空吗？
Are you free this weekend?
Are you free this weekend?
我们还可以再见面吗？
Could I see you again?
Could I see you again?
能给我你的电话号码吗？
Could you give me your phone number?
Could you give me your phone number?
我们在哪儿见面？
Where shall we meet?
Where shall we meet?
要我开车去接你吗？
Shall I come to pick you up?
Shall I come to pick you up?
你今天下午有安排吗？
Are you doing anything this afternoon?
Are you doing anything this afternoon?
和我一起吃晚饭好吗？
How about having dinner with me?
How about having dinner with me?
我们干嘛不去看棒球比赛呢？
Why don't we go to see a baseball game?
Why don't we go to see a baseball game?
真对不起，我另有安排。
Sorry, I'm tied up.
Sorry, I'm tied up.
实在对不起，恐怕不行。
I'm afraid I can't.
I'm afraid I can't.
谢谢您的邀请，可是
Thanks for asking, but
Thanks for asking, but
另找时间可以吗？
how about a rain check?
how about a rain check?
我希望你能来。
I hope you can come.
I hope you can come.
你什么时候方便？
When is it convenient for you?
When is it convenient for you?
什么时候？
About what time?
About what time?
什么时候都行。
Whenever.
Whenever.
等你有时间的时候吧。
When you have time.
When you have time.
我今天有空，
I'm free today.
I'm free today.
明天我会很忙。
I'll be busy tomorrow.
I'll be busy tomorrow.
10号怎么样？
How about the 10th?
How about the 10th?
你什么时候有空？
When are you free?
When are you free?
那天我不行。
That's a bad day for me.
That's a bad day for me.
那天我可以。
That day is fine.
That day is fine.
我什么时候去合适？
When can I come over?
When can I come over?
你定时间吧。
You decide when.
You decide when.
你定地点吧。
You decide where.
You decide where.
7点行吗？
Is 7 convenient for you?
Is 7 convenient for you?
你几点能来？
When can you come over?
When can you come over?
太早了吗？
Is it too early?
Is it too early?
太晚了吗？
Is it too late?
Is it too late?
就那个时间吧。
It's a date.
It's a date.
回头见。
See you then.
See you then.
准备好了吗？
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
准备好了。
Ready.
Ready.
还没准备好呢。
I'm not ready.
I'm not ready.
我们什么时候出发？
What time shall we leave?
What time shall we leave?
我们几点能到？
What time do we arrive?
What time do we arrive?
那我们走吧。
Let's get going.
Let's get going.
你想去看电影吗？
Would you like to go to a movie?
Would you like to go to a movie?
今天晚上放什么电影？
What's on tonight?
What's on tonight?
你想看什么电影？
What movie do you want to see?
What movie do you want to see?
我想看
I want to see.
I want to see.
哪儿演？
Where is playing?
Where is playing?
演到什么时候？
How long is playing?
How long is playing?
这部电影是谁演的？
Who is in this movie?
Who is in this movie?
演多长时间？
How long does it last?
How long does it last?
下一场几点开演？
What time is the next showing?
What time is the next showing?
几点演完？
What time will it be over?
What time will it be over?
我买2张成人票。
Two, please.
2, please.
前边的人挡着，我看不见。
I can't see because of the person in front of me.
I can't see because of the person in front of me.
我们怎么坐得这么靠后呀？
We are way in the back, aren't we?
We are way in the back, aren't we?
我们坐到前面的座位上吧。
Let's sit closer up front.
Let's sit closer up front.
真太有意思了，是不是？
That was interesting, wasn't it?
That was interesting, wasn't it?
这电影真没劲。
That was boring, wasn't it?
That was boring, wasn't it?
太让人感动了。
I was moved.
I was moved.
我买2张10月3号的票。
I'd like 2 tickets for October 3rd, please.
I'd like 2 tickets for October 3rd, please.
对不起，卖完了。
Sorry, we're sold out.
Sorry, we're sold out.
有什么时候的票？
When do you have tickets?
When do you have tickets?
几点开始？
What time does it start?
What time does it start?
可以预定吗？
Can I make a reservation?
Can I make a reservation?
在哪儿买票？
Where can I buy a ticket?
Where can I buy a ticket?
这位子有人吗？
Is this seat taken?
Is this seat taken?
我们这个位子真棒。
We have great seats, don't we?
We have great seats, don't we?
再来一个，
Encore!
Encore.
加油！
Go for it!
Go for it.
我想打高尔夫球。
I'd like to play golf.
I'd like to play golf.
明天打高尔夫球好吗？
Would you like to golf tomorrow?
Would you like to golf tomorrow?
愿意和我一起打高尔夫球吗？
Do you want to join me?
Do you want to join me?
这附近有高尔夫球场地吗？
Are there any golf courses around here?
Are there any golf courses around here?
一个人多少钱？
How much is it per person?
How much is it per person?
一天多少钱？
How much is it per day?
How much is it per day?
此外还有其他的花费吗？
Are there any extra charges?
Are there any extra charges?
我可以租用用具吗？
Can I rent the equipment?
Can I rent the equipment?
请帮我预约高尔夫球。
Please make a reservation for golf.
Please make a reservation for golf.
我想预约高尔夫球。
I'd like to make golf reservations.
I'd like to make golf reservations.
要什么时间的？
When would you like to play?
When would you like to play?
如果可以的话，请定这个星期五的。
This Friday if possible.
This Friday, if possible.
我们一共4个人。
There are 4 of us.
There are 4 of us.
我们几点开始？
What time are we starting?
What time are we starting?
去喝一杯怎么样？
How about a drink?
How about a drink?
我想去喝一杯。
I need a drink.
I need a drink.
下班以后去喝一杯怎么样？
Would you like to have a drink after work?
Would you like to have a drink after work?
有啤酒吗？
Do you have any beer?
Do you have any beer?
请来2瓶啤酒。
2 bottles of beer, please.
2 bottles of beer, please.
请来杯掺水的威士忌。
1 whiskey with water, please.
1 whiskey with water, please.
要什么下酒菜呢？
What kind of snacks should we have?
What kind of snacks should we have?
让我们忘了工作，痛快一会儿吧。
Let's forget about work and have some fun.
Let's forget about work and have some fun.
干杯！
Cheers!
Cheers!
喝什么呢？
What are you drinking?
What are you drinking?
我喜欢换酒馆喝。
I like to go bar hopping.
I like to go bar hopping.
第一口最舒坦了。
The first sip is the best.
The first sip is the best.
这个最好。
Nothing beats this.
Nothing beats this.
再来一杯怎么样？
Would you like a refill?
Would you like a refill?
再来一瓶啤酒。
Another beer, please.
Another beer, please.
这种威士忌挺冲。
This whiskey is strong.
This whiskey is strong.
日本酒怎么样？
How do you like sake?
How do you like sake?
酒劲儿大。
It's strong.
It's strong.
我喝醉了。
I'm drunk.
I'm drunk.
我觉得有点醉了。
I feel a little tipsy.
I feel a little tipsy.
酩酊大醉。
I'm loaded.
I'm loaded.
喝酒要适可而止。
Drink moderately.
Drink moderately.
我的酒量小。
I get drunk easily.
I get drunk easily.
我喝的太多了。
I drank too much.
I drank too much.
我不该喝这么多的。
I should have drank less.
I should have drank less.
头天的酒还没醒。
I have a hangover.
I have a hangover.
我们去唱卡拉 OK 吧。
Let's go to karaoke.
Let's go to karaoke.
什么是卡拉 OK？
What is karaoke?
What is karaoke?
就是合着录音带的音乐一起唱歌。
Singing along with recorded music.
Singing along with recorded music.
你唱歌拿手吗？
Are you good at singing?
Are you good at singing?
我想点首歌。
I'd like to request a song.
I'd like to request a song.
你先唱。
You sing first.
You sing first.
大家高兴地玩吧。
Let's enjoy ourselves.
Let's enjoy ourselves.
约翰，你来唱一首吧。
How about a song, John?
How about a song, John?
你打算唱什么歌？
What are you going to sing?
What are you going to sing?
来个二重唱吧。
Let's sing a duet.
Let's sing a duet.
现在轮到我了。
Now it's my turn.
Now it's my turn.
我不敢在大家面前唱歌。
I don't have the nerve to sing in front of people.
I don't have the nerve to sing in front of people.
我跟不上新歌的速度。
I can't keep up with the new songs.
I can't keep up with the new songs.
我五音不全。
I'm tone deaf.
I'm tone deaf.
你唱卡拉 OK 有什么拿手的歌吗？
What's your karaoke specialty?
What's your karaoke specialty?
我从来没听说过那首歌。
I've never heard of that song.
I've never heard of that song.
你唱得真好。
You're a good singer.
You're a good singer.
3. 生病用叫医生吗？
Do you need a doctor?
Do you need a doctor?
请叫救护车。
Please call an ambulance.
Please call an ambulance.
我要看病。
I'd like to see a doctor.
I'd like to see a doctor.
我觉得身体不舒服。
I'm not feeling well.
I'm not feeling well.
你能帮我请位医生吗？
Could you send me a doctor?
Could you send me a doctor?
你怎么了？
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
是什么症状？
What are your symptoms?
What are your symptoms?
量一下体温吧。
Let me check your temperature.
Let me check your temperature.
吃了什么不对劲儿的东西没有？
Did you eat something unusual?
Did you eat something unusual?
量一下血压吧。
Let me check your blood pressure.
Let me check your blood pressure.
你常服用什么药？
Are you taking any medication regularly?
Are you taking any medication regularly?
我没有服用什么药。
I'm not taking any medication.
I'm not taking any medication.
我哪儿不好？
What's wrong with me?
What's wrong with me?
严重吗？
Is it serious?
Is it serious?
你不舒服吗？
Are you feeling okay?
Are you feeling okay?
你怎么了？
What's wrong?
What's wrong?
你的脸色真不好。
You look pale.
You look pale.
我觉得难受。
I don't feel well.
I don't feel well.
你好像不太舒服。
You don't look well.
You don't look well.
他昏过去了。
She passed out.
She passed out.
我觉得难受。
I feel sick.
I feel sick.
我肚子疼。
I have a stomach ache.
I have a stomach ache.
隐隐作痛。
I have a dull pain.
I have a dull pain.
钻心的疼。
I have a sharp pain.
I have a sharp pain.
一跳一跳的疼。
I have a throbbing pain.
I have a throbbing pain.
我感到剧痛。
I have a piercing pain.
I have a piercing pain.
像针扎似的疼。
I have a stabbing pain.
I have a stabbing pain.
我拉肚子了。
I have diarrhea.
I have diarrhea.
我食物中毒了。
I have food poisoning.
I have food poisoning.
血压高。
I have high blood pressure.
I have high blood pressure.
血压低。
I have low blood pressure.
I have low blood pressure.
我头疼。
I have a headache.
I have a headache.
我牙疼。
I have a toothache.
I have a toothache.
我头昏目眩。
I feel dizzy.
I feel dizzy.
我浑身没劲儿。
I feel sluggish.
I feel sluggish.
我没有一点儿食欲。
I don't have any appetite.
I don't have any appetite.
我有点感冒。
I have a slight cold.
I have a slight cold.
我浑身发冷。
I feel chilly.
I feel chilly.
我得了重感冒。
I have a bad cold.
I have a bad cold.
鼻子堵了。
I have a stuffy nose.
I have a stuffy nose.
我在流鼻涕。
I have a runny nose.
I have a runny nose.
我有点发烧。
I have a bit of a fever.
I have a bit of a fever.
我好像发烧了。
I think I have a fever.
I think I have a fever.
我在发烧。
I have a high temperature.
I have a high temperature.
我想吐。
I feel like throwing up.
I feel like throwing up.
我腿骨折了。
I broke my leg.
I broke my leg.
要打多长时间石膏？
How long will the cast be on?
How long will the cast be on?
我把手给烫了。
I burned my hand.
I burned my hand.
我崴脚了。
I sprained my ankle.
I sprained my ankle.
你把感冒传染给我了。
I caught a cold from you.
I caught a cold from you.
我必须静养。
I must stay in bed.
I must stay in bed.
我肩膀酸痛。
I have stiff shoulders.
I have stiff shoulders.
我眼睛发酸。
My eyes are tired.
My eyes are tired.
有谁受伤了？
Is somebody hurt?
Is somebody hurt?
我退烧了。
My fever has gone down.
My fever has gone down.
我咳嗽不止。
I can't stop coughing.
I can't stop coughing.
我嗓子疼。
My throat's sore.
My throat's sore.
我流血了。
It's bleeding.
It's bleeding.
我这儿割破了。
I've got a cut here.
I've got a cut here.
好疼。
It hurts.
It hurts.
我被蜜蜂蛰了。
I got stung by a bee.
I got stung by a bee.
我需要动手术吗？
Do I need an operation?
Do I need an operation?
要花很长时间吗？
Will it take long?
Will it take long?
我可以洗澡吗？
Can I take a bath?
Can I take a bath?
我可以喝酒吗？
Is it okay to drink?
Is it okay to drink?
我一定要住院吗？
Should I be hospitalized?
Should I be hospitalized?
你发烧吗？
Do you have a fever?
Do you have a fever?
我觉得好多了。
I feel better.
I feel better.
我觉得没什么好转。
I don't feel any better.
I don't feel any better.
你的病好了吗？
Are you all right again?
Are you all right again?
他去世了。
He passed away.
He passed away.
4. 恋爱和结婚。汤姆是个美男子。
Tom is a lady killer.
Tom is a lady killer.
汤姆真让我神魂颠倒。
Tom really turns me on.
Tom really turns me on.
克里斯长得真帅。
Chris is really a heartbreaker.
Chris is really a heartbreaker.
珍妮特真迷人。
Janet is a knockout.
Janet is a knockout.
他好像看上你了。
I think he has a crush on you.
I think he has a crush on you.
珍好像喜欢上我了。
Jane seems to like me.
Jane seems to like me.
戴安娜对杰克有意思。
Diana's been coming on to Jack.
Diana's been coming on to Jack.
我不敢打像她那样的姑娘的主意。
I can't handle a girl like her.
I can't handle a girl like her.
我非常想见到她。
I'm dying to see her.
I'm dying to see her.
我想追求她。
I'm trying to make a pass at her.
I'm trying to make a pass at her.
你也太狠心了。
You broke my heart.
You broke my heart.
今晚有空吗？
Are you free tonight?
Are you free tonight?
今晚你能和我约会吗？
Do you want to go out with me tonight?
Do you want to go out with me tonight?
愿意和我一起去看电影吗？
Would you like to go to the movies with me?
Would you like to go to the movies with me?
我们喝点茶什么的吧。
Let's have tea or something.
Let's have tea or something.
能陪陪我吗？
Please keep me company for a while.
Please keep me company for a while.
我想请你去看演出。
I'd like to invite you to a show.
I'd like to invite you to a show.
我能和你约会吗？
May I ask you out?
May I ask you out?
你是想和我约会吗？
Are you trying to pick me up?
Are you trying to pick me up?
在哪儿见面？
Where do you want to meet?
Where do you want to meet?
我们几点见面？
What time should we meet?
What time should we meet?
我有话要对你说。
I want to talk to you.
I want to talk to you.
你现在有朋友吗？
Are you seeing anyone now?
Are you seeing anyone now?
你觉得我怎么样？
What do you think of me?
What do you think of me?
我爱你。
I love you.
I love you.
你是我见到过的最美的女人。
You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
你使我发疯。
I'm crazy for you.
I'm crazy for you.
别装腔作势。
Don't play hard to get.
Don't play hard to get.
我还不想太认真。
I don't want to get serious yet.
I don't want to get serious yet.
我是一见钟情。
It was love at first sight.
It was love at first sight.
我真希望我从来都没遇到过你。
I wish I had never met you.
I wish I had never met you.
你是我喜欢的那种类型。
You're my type.
You're my type.
你使我感到幸福。
You make me happy.
You make me happy.
能认识你，我非常幸福。
I'm happy to have known you.
I'm happy to have known you.
你的眼睛真美。
You have beautiful eyes.
You have beautiful eyes.
你真好。
You're sweet.
You're sweet.
你真性感。
You're sexy.
You're sexy.
我们拉着手走吧。
Let's walk hand in hand.
Let's walk hand in hand.
我可以牵你的手吗？
May I hold your hand?
May I hold your hand?
你真漂亮。
You're beautiful.
You're beautiful.
我想知道你的一切。
I want to know all about you.
I want to know all about you.
我想到你。
I want you.
I want you.
我需要你。
I need you.
I need you.
你是我的一切。
You're everything to me.
You're everything to me.
你是我的。
You're mine.
You're mine.
我是你的。
I'm yours.
I'm yours.
没有你，我无法活下去。
I can't live without you.
I can't live without you.
再靠近我些。
Come closer.
Come closer.
你想什么呢？
What's on your mind?
What's on your mind?
我时时刻刻都想着你。
I think of you night and day.
I think of you night and day.
你是这个世界上独一无二的人。
There will never be another you.
There will never be another you.
你的连衣裙真漂亮。
I like your dress.
I like your dress.
为你，我在所不惜。
Nothing is too good for you.
Nothing is too good for you.
你在引诱我吗？
Are you seducing me?
Are you seducing me?
抱紧我。
Hold me tight.
Hold me tight.
别离开我。
Don't go away.
Don't go away.
我无法不爱你。
I can't help falling in love with you.
I can't help falling in love with you.
我从来没有过这种感觉。
I've never felt like this before.
I've never felt like this before.
你是我的唯一。
You're the one for me.
You're the one for me.
我永远爱你。
I'll love you forever.
I'll love you forever.
我一直都说的是真心话。
I always speak my mind.
I always speak my mind.
既然那样，那你也要爱屋及乌哦。
Love me, love my dog.
Love me, love my dog.
请温柔些。
Be gentle.
Be gentle.
再多爱我一些。
Love me more.
Love me more.
看着我。
Look at me.
Look at me.
我爱上了罗斯。
I fell in love with Rose.
I fell in love with Rose.
我深深地爱着罗斯。
I'm deeply in love with Rose.
I'm deeply in love with Rose.
愿意和我结婚吗？
Will you marry me?
Will you marry me?
我还不想订婚。
I don't want to get engaged yet.
I don't want to get engaged yet.
我还不想结婚。
I don't want to get married yet.
I don't want to get married yet.
结婚我还没想过呢。
I haven't thought about marriage yet.
I haven't thought about marriage yet.
我爱你，可是不能和你结婚。
I love you, but I can't marry you.
I love you, but I can't marry you.
我还下不了决心和他结婚。
I hesitate to marry her.
I hesitate to marry her.
他刚刚结婚。
He's a newlywed.
He's a newlywed.
婚后生活怎么样？
How's your married life?
How's your married life?
我们俩都感到很幸福。
We're happy together now.
We're happy together now.
我很爱我的妻子。
I love my wife.
I love my wife.
我们夫妻性格相似。
We're two of a kind.
We're two of a kind.
我们俩很般配。
We're a well-matched couple.
We're a well-matched couple.
我是个顾家的人。
I'm a family-centered person.
I'm a family-centered person.
他想要个孩子。
She wants to start a family.
She wants to start a family.
我怀孕了。
I'm pregnant.
I'm pregnant.
怀的是男孩还是女孩？
What did she have?
What did she have?
问题总会解决的。
We can work it out.
We can work it out.
我首先想到的是我妻子。
I think of my wife first.
I think of my wife first.
我们夫妻从不吵架。
We, as a husband and a wife, don't have any fights.
We, as a husband and a wife, don't have any fights.
拖家带口的人。
Family man.
Family man.
我们经常吵架。
We fight a lot.
We fight a lot.
我不再爱我的妻子了。
I don't love my wife anymore.
I don't love my wife anymore.
我老婆有外遇。
My wife's cheating on me.
My wife's cheating on me.
我们感情不和。
We had a falling out.
We had a falling out.
我已经改变心意了。
I've changed my mind.
I've changed my mind.
你变了。
You have changed.
You have changed.
你现在是不是和谁交往呢？
Are you seeing someone now?
Are you seeing someone now?
我和妻子没什么共同语言。
I don't see eye to eye with my wife.
I don't see eye to eye with my wife.
我们俩合不来了。
We just don't get along.
We just don't get along.
我想我很了解你。
I thought I knew you.
I thought I knew you.
我和我的秘书有了婚外情。
I had an affair with my secretary.
I had an affair with my secretary.
和你在一起没意思。
I don't enjoy being with you.
I don't enjoy being with you.
我们离婚吧。
Let's get divorced.
Let's get divorced.
现在我和我妻子分居了。
I'm separated from my wife.
I'm separated from my wife.
我不能失去你。
I can't get over losing you.
I can't get over losing you.
和你分手是我最大的痛苦。
Breaking up is hard to do.
Breaking up is hard to do.
请不要伤我的心。
Don't break my heart.
Don't break my heart.
我们争论了好几个小时。
We argued for hours.
We argued for hours.
5. 在工作单位。赶上了。
I made it.
I made it.
要严格遵守时间。
Be punctual.
Be punctual.
你又迟到了。
You're late again.
You are late again.
我只迟到了5分钟。
I was only late by 5 minutes.
I was only late by 5 minutes.
打出勤卡了吗？
Did you punch in?
Did you punch in?
Did you punch out?
Did you punch out?
让我看看我的日程安排。
Let me check my schedule.
Let me check my schedule.
我有好多事要干。
I've got so much to do.
I've got so much to do.
我的时间安排很紧。
I'm pressed for time.
I'm pressed for time.
我是个普通的公司职员。
I'm an ordinary office worker.
I'm an ordinary office worker.
这工作不太费事儿。
The work doesn't need much effort.
The work doesn't need much effort.
干活别偷懒。
Don't neglect your duties.
Don't neglect your duties.
西区由我负责。
I'm in charge of the west side.
I'm in charge of the west side.
我已经结束那项工作了。
I'm done with the work.
I'm done with the work.
我还能工作好长时间呢。
I can still work for a long time.
I can still work for a long time.
我们的上司被解雇了。
Our boss has been fired.
Our boss has been fired.
请把这个钉在一起。
Please staple these together.
Please staple these together.
能帮我复印一下这份材料吗？
Would you copy these papers?
Would you copy these papers?
复印机有毛病了。
This copy machine doesn't work.
This copy machine doesn't work.
我想复印机是没纸了。
I think it ran out of paper.
I think it ran out of paper.
付款截止到什么时候？
When is this due?
When is this due?
付款日期截止到30号。
It's due on the 30th.
It's due on the 30th.
我们休息一会儿吧。
Let's take a break.
Let's take a break.
能帮我倒杯咖啡吗？
Get me a cup of coffee, will you?
Get me a cup of coffee, will you?
您想喝杯咖啡吗？
Would you like some coffee?
Would you like some coffee?
那真是太好了。
That would be great.
That would be great.
快到午饭时间了，
It's almost lunchtime.
It's almost lunchtime.
我们有1小时的午休时间。
We took an hour lunch break.
We took an hour lunch break.
我们开始吧。
Let's get started.
Let's get started.
现在我不能放下这个工作。
I can't leave this job at the moment.
I can't leave this job at the moment.
我太忙了，顾不上那么琐碎的事。
I'm too busy to bother with such details.
I'm too busy to bother with such details.
我忙得四脚朝天。
I'm so busy, I'd really appreciate any help I could get.
I'm so busy, I'd really appreciate any help I could get.
别偷懒，
Don't slack off.
Don't slack off.
尽你的全力，
Do your best.
Do your best.
悠着点儿，
Don't work too hard.
Don't work too hard.
打起精神来。
Pull yourself together.
Pull yourself together.
你可以找我呀，
You can count on me.
You can count on me.
连喘口气儿的功夫都没有。
I don't even have time to catch my breath.
I don't even have time to catch my breath.
你怎么耽搁了？
What's keeping you?
What's keeping you?
换个工作是唯一的解决办法。
Changing jobs is the only way out.
Changing jobs is the only way out.
你应该更加努力工作。
You'd better work harder.
You'd better work harder.
我是个工作狂，
I'm a workaholic.
I'm a workaholic.
我不知道这张表怎么填。
I don't know how to fill out this form.
I don't know how to fill out this form.
这张表怎么填？
How do I fill out this form?
How do I fill out this form?
您能帮我填一下这张表吗？
Can you help me with this form?
Can you help me with this form?
看来会议要开长时间了，是吧？
It looks like it's going to be a long meeting, doesn't it?
It looks like it's going to be a long meeting, doesn't it?
会议开得很成功，
The meeting went well.
The meeting went well.
我已经尽了最大的努力了。
I did all I could do.
I did all I could do.
你觉得印象深刻吗？
Are you impressed?
Are you impressed?
请在重要事项的下面划线。
Please underline the important items.
Please underline the important items.
好，没问题。
Check.
Check.
你能把要点说得再清楚点儿吗？
Would you get to the point?
Would you get to the point?
全部重做。
Please do it all over again.
Please do it all over again.
把这个给田中先生传真过去。
Fax this paper to Mr. Tanaka.
Fax this paper to Mr. Tanaka.
请把那份文件交给我。
Please hand the document in to me.
Please hand the document in to me.
这是我的得意之作。
This is a piece of work I can be proud of.
This is a piece of work I can be proud of.
我找不到我的涂改液了。
I can't find my whiteout.
I can't find my whiteout.
今晚你加班吗？
Are you working overtime tonight?
Are you working overtime tonight?
工作就是工作，不能讲私情。
Business is business.
Business is business.
他是个努力工作的人。
He's a hard worker.
He's a hard worker.
你超负荷工作了。
You're overworking.
You're overworking.
今天必须完成这份报告。
Finish this report today.
Finish this report today.
报告截止到几号？
When is the paper due?
When is the paper due?
我有很多事要做。
I've got so much to do.
I've got so much to do.
瞧，我桌上堆了一堆的事儿。
There's a lot of work piled up on my desk.
There's a lot of work piled up on my desk.
差不多就得了。
We'll fake it.
We'll fake it.
全都做完了。
All done.
All done.
今天忙了一天。
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
我不能为你破例。
I can't make an exception for you.
I can't make an exception for you.
外边天都黑了。
It's dark outside already.
It's dark outside already.
就干到这儿吧。
Let's finish up.
Let's finish up.
正好工作刚做完。
I've just finished work.
I've just finished work.
今天发工资。
Today's payday.
Today's payday.
我们一起去喝一杯吧。
Let's have a drink.
Let's have a drink.
你辛苦了。
Thanks for your hard work.
Thanks for your hard work.
我先走了。
I hope you don't mind my leaving now.
I hope you don't mind my leaving now.
对不起，打断一下。
Sorry for interrupting.
Sorry for interrupting.
打扰一下可以吗？
May I interrupt you?
May I interrupt you?
史密斯先生在1号线听电话。
Mr. Smith is on line 1.
Mr. Smith is on line 1.
我已经和青木先生约好了。
I have an appointment with Mr. Aoki.
I have an appointment with Mr. Aoki.
ABC 公司在几楼？
What floor is ABC on?
What floor is ABC on?
电梯在哪儿？
Where are the elevators?
Where are the elevators?
我和他很合得来。
I get along well with him.
I get along well with him.
我跟他合不来。
I don't get along well with her.
I don't get along well with her.
我很尊敬他。
I respect him.
I respect him.
我瞧不起他。
I despise him.
I despise him.
我想和大家和睦相处。
I want to get along with everyone.
I want to get along with everyone.
你跟他合得来吗？
Are you getting along with her?
Are you getting along with her?
他根本不搭理我。
She ignored me.
She ignored me.
我不知道他在想什么。
I don't know what he's really thinking.
I don't know what he's really thinking.
我没有理由让人嫉妒。
I have no reason to be envied.
I have no reason to be envied.
我讨厌爱拍马屁的人。
I don't like brown nosers.
I don't like brown nosers.
我是个不顾家的人。
I'm neglecting my family.
I'm neglecting my family.
你站在哪一方？
Which side are you?
Which side are you?
我是站在你这边的。
I'm on your side.
I'm on your side.
他对我很不客气的。
He's very hard on me.
He's very hard on me.
他总是把我当作眼中钉。
He always treats me like an enemy.
He always treats me like an enemy.
他对我很蛮横。
He treated me badly.
He treated me badly.
我欠他的情。
I'm obligated to him.
I'm obligated to him.
我们很熟，互相直呼其名。
We're on a first name basis.
We're on a first name basis.
他的理解力很强。
He's quick on the uptake.
He's quick on the uptake.
他不会让你失望的。
He'll never let you down.
He'll never let you down.
他很能干。
He's efficient.
He's efficient.
他是个好人。
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
他显老。
He looks old for his age.
He looks old for his age.
你看上去比我年轻。
You look younger than me.
You look younger than me.
他就是那种人。
That's the way he is.
That's the way he is.
他长得像谁？
Who is he like?
Who is he like?
他有丰富的常识。
He has a lot of common sense.
He has a lot of common sense.
他虽年轻，却很博学。
He's wise for his age.
He's wise for his age.
他交际很广。
He knows a lot of people.
He knows a lot of people.
他是个有才干的人。
He's a go-getter.
He's a go-getter.
你真体谅人。
You're so sympathetic.
You're so sympathetic.
他是守信用的人。
He's faithful.
He's faithful.
他的嗓音低沉。
He has a deep voice.
He has a deep voice.
他发福了。
He has put on weight.
He has put on weight.
他太胖了。
He's overweight.
He's overweight.
你真有胆量。
You have a lot of nerve.
You have a lot of nerve.
他是个很谦虚的人。
He's a very modest man.
He's a very modest man.
他有个好脾气。
He has a good temper.
He has a good temper.
他这个人脾气暴躁。
He has a bad temper.
He has a bad temper.
他不知哪儿有点怪。
There's something strange about her.
There's something strange about her.
他有点不对劲儿。
She's not herself.
She's not herself.
他真让人琢磨不透。
She's so weird.
She's so weird.
塔米饭量很小。
Tammy eats like a bird.
Tammy eats like a bird.
他的身材很好。
She has a nice figure.
She has a nice figure.
他已过壮年。
His best days are gone.
His best days are gone.
他父亲上年纪了。
My father's getting on in years.
My father's getting on in years.
他长得什么样？
What does he look like?
What does he look like?
他们闹得天翻地覆。
They're making a big fuss.
They're making a big fuss.
他抽烟抽得没完没了。
He's a chain smoker.
He's a chain smoker.
他很自私。
He's selfish.
He's selfish.
他总把问题想得过于严重。
He takes things too seriously.
He takes things too seriously.
他头脑简单。
He's simple-minded.
He's simple-minded.
今天他情绪烦躁。
He's on edge today.
He's on edge today.
他真是个多嘴多舌的人。
He's talkative.
He's talkative.
他非常有钱。
He's quite well off.
He's quite well off.
他很好色。
He's fresh.
He's fresh.
他的嘴甜着呢。
He's a smooth talker.
He's a smooth talker.
他是个不可小看的人。
He's nobody's fool.
He's nobody's fool.
他净说些傻话。
He often says absurd things.
He often says absurd things.
他一点责任心都没有。
He has no sense of responsibility.
He has no sense of responsibility.
他真是个让人讨厌的人。
He's very offensive.
He's very offensive.
他这个人很难对付。
He's a difficult man to deal with.
He's a difficult man to deal with.
他是个倔老头。
He's a stubborn old man.
He's a stubborn old man.
他总是好高骛远。
He's aiming too high.
He's aiming too high.
他从不认输。
That man never admits defeat.
That man never admits defeat.
他是个难以琢磨的人。
He's very vague.
He's very vague.
他性格乖张。
He's crooked.
He's crooked.
他一无是处。
He's good for nothing.
He's good for nothing.
他认生。
She's shy around strangers.
She's shy around strangers.
你是个胆小鬼。
You're too timid.
You're too timid.
他在逞强。
He's acting big.
He's acting big.
他动不动就生气。
He has a short temper.
He has a short temper.
他很能吃。
He eats like a horse.
He eats like a horse.
你的香水味儿真够呛人的。
Your perfume is strong.
Your perfume is strong.
我的心还很年轻。
I'm young in spirit.
I'm young in spirit.
我笨手笨脚的。
I'm all thumbs.
I'm all thumbs.
我喜欢独处。
I like being alone.
I like being alone.
我这个人比较随和。
I'm easygoing.
I'm easygoing.
我遇事就慌。
I get embarrassed easily.
I get embarrassed easily.
我做什么事都很现实。
I'm practical about everything.
I'm practical about everything.
我是一根筋。
I have a one-track mind.
I have a one-track mind.
我看人很准。
I'm a good judge of character.
I'm a good judge of character.
我爱吃甜食。
I have a sweet tooth.
I have a sweet tooth.
我是个酒鬼。
I prefer wine to sweets.
I prefer wine to sweets.
我过着悲惨的生活。
I have led a dog's life.
I have led a dog's life.
我的视力不好。
I have poor eyesight.
I have poor eyesight.
6. 电话。我是丹尼斯·史密斯。
This is Dennis Smith.
This is Dennis Smith.
喂，是约翰吗？
Hello, John?
Hello, John?
喂，请问是丹尼斯·史密斯先生吗？
Is this Mr. Dennis Smith?
Is this Mr. Dennis Smith?
请问是财务科吗？
Is this the finance department?
Is this the finance department?
请问是吉姆·贝克医生的办公室吗？
Is this Dr. Jim Baker's office?
Is this Dr. Jim Baker's office?
我能借用一下您的电话吗？
Do you mind if I use your phone?
Do you mind if I use your phone?
我想找佐藤先生。
May I speak to Mr. Sato?
May I speak to Mr. Sato?
马克在吗？
Is Mark there?
Is Mark there?
真对不起，这么晚了还给您打电话。
I'm sorry for calling you this late.
I'm sorry for calling you this late.
我希望我没打扰您。
I hope I'm not disturbing you.
I hope I'm not disturbing you.
但愿没吵醒您。
I hope I didn't wake you up.
I hope I didn't wake you up.
我有急事要找巴尔先生。
It is urgent I talk to Mr. Barr now.
It is urgent I talk to Mr. Barr now.
有关明天开会的事，给您打电话。
I'm calling about tomorrow's meeting.
I'm calling about tomorrow's meeting.
我给您回电话。
I'm returning your call.
I'm returning your call.
接电话。喂，
Hello?
Hello?
对，我就是。
Speaking.
Speaking.
是我呀。
It's me.
It's me.
ABC 商务学院，您有什么事？
ABC Business College, may I help you?
ABC Business College. May I help you?
您是哪位？
Who's calling, please?
Who's calling, please?
您想找哪位接电话？
Who in particular would you like to talk to?
Who in particular would you like to talk to?
他一直在等您的电话。
He's been expecting your call.
He's been expecting your call.
您要找哪个铃木？
Which Suzuki do you want to talk to?
Which Suzuki do you want to talk to?
有3位姓铃木的。
There are 3 Suzukis here.
There are 3 Suzukis here.
您能过会儿再打吗？
Would you mind calling back later?
Would you mind calling back later?
请转103。
Extension 103, please.
Extension 103, please.
我给您接103分机。
I'll connect you to extension 103.
I'll connect you to extension 103.
请稍等一下。
Hold on, please.
Hold on, please.
我让他接电话。
I'll put him on.
I'll put him on.
我把电话给您接过去。
I'll transfer your call.
I'll transfer your call.
我把电话转给负责人。
I'll get your party for you.
I'll get your party for you.
我把您的电话接到营业部去。
I'm transferring your call to the sales department.
I'm transferring your call to the sales department.
是贝克打来的，请接1号线。
Mr. Peck is on line 1.
Mr. Peck is on line 1.
ABC 公司米兰先生的电话。
You have a call from Mr. Miller of ABC.
You have a call from Mr. Miller of ABC.
您要找的人来接电话了。
Your party is on the line.
Your party is on the line.
他正在接电话。
Her line is busy now.
Her line is busy now.
对不起，他现在脱不开身。
I'm sorry, she's tied up at the moment.
I'm sorry, she's tied up at the moment.
对不起，他正在接待客人。
I'm sorry, she has company at this time.
I'm sorry, she has company at this time.
您等会儿行吗？
Would you like to hold?
Would you like to hold?
他现在不在座位上。
He's away from his desk now.
He's away from his desk now.
他在公司，但现在不在座位上。
He's in, but he's not at his desk right now.
He's in, but he's not at his desk right now.
对不起，他出去了。
I'm sorry, he's not in right now.
I'm sorry, he's not in right now.
他什么时候能回来？
When is he coming back?
When is he coming back?
他大概10分钟后回来。
He should be back in 10 minutes.
He should be back in 10 minutes.
他应该下个星期来上班。
He should be back in the office next week.
He should be back in the office next week.
他休假到下个星期。
He's on vacation until next week.
He's on vacation until next week.
他打电话来说病了。
He called in sick today.
He called in sick today.
他现在出差去了。
He's out of town now.
He's out of town now.
他现在吃午饭去了。
He's out to lunch now.
He's out to lunch now.
他现在正在开会。
He's in a meeting right now.
He's in a meeting right now.
他今天休息。
He's off today.
He's off today.
您能过会儿再打来吗？
Could you call back later?
Could you call back later?
请10分钟后再打。
Please call me back in 10 minutes.
Please call me back in 10 minutes.
您要给他留言吗？
May I take a message?
May I take a message?
过会儿我再打。
I'll try again later.
I'll try again later.
能留个口信儿吗？
Can I leave a message?
Can I leave a message?
我给你打电话了，可是占线。
I called, but your line was busy.
I called, but your line was busy.
请告诉他，林恩·凯恩给他打过电话。
Would you tell him that Lynn Kane called?
Would you tell him that Lynn Kane called?
请转告他，让他给我回个电话。
Please tell him to call me.
Please tell him to call me.
他怎么跟您联系呢？
How can he get a hold of you?
How can he get a hold of you?
请告诉我您的电话号码。
Your number, please?
Your number, please?
我的电话号码是12341234。
My number is 12341234.
My number is 12341234.
请6点以前打12341234跟我联系。
You can reach me at 12341234 until 6 o'clock.
You can reach me at 12341234 until 6 o'clock.
我再确认一下电话号码12341234，对吗？
Let me repeat the number. That's 12341234.
Let me repeat the number. That's 12341234.
好的，我转告他您来电话了。
Okay, I'll tell him that you called.
Okay, I'll tell him that you called.
您的名字怎么拼？
How do you spell your name?
How do you spell your name?
您开会的时候，史密斯先生给您来电话了。
Mr. Smith called you during the meeting.
Mr. Smith called you during the meeting.
我让他给您回电话好了。
I'll have him call you back.
I'll have him call you back.
是不是让他给您回电话呀？
Shall I have him call you back?
Shall I have him call you back?
谢谢您打来电话，
Thanks for calling.
Thanks for calling.
请随时来电话。
Please call again anytime.
Please call again anytime.
我得挂电话了，
I'd better get off the phone.
I'd better get off the phone.
我得挂电话了，
I have to go now.
I have to go now.
我该挂电话了。
I guess I'd better get going.
I guess I'd better get going.
能跟您通上话，我非常高兴。再见。
Nice talking to you. Bye.
Nice talking to you. Bye.
请挂电话吧。
Please hang up the phone.
Please hang up the phone.
电话断了。
I was cut off.
I was cut off.
我还没说完呢，他就把电话挂上了。
She hung up on me.
She hung up on me.
电话不通。
The phone went dead.
The phone went dead.
谢谢你给我回电话。
Thank you for returning my call.
Thank you for returning my call.
您好像打错电话了。
I'm afraid you have the wrong number.
I'm afraid you have the wrong number.
您拨的电话号码是多少？
What number are you calling?
What number are you calling?
您找哪位呀？
Who would you like to talk to?
Who would you like to talk to?
这儿没有您说的这个人。
There's no one here by that name.
There's no one here by that name.
我们公司没有叫 Bob 霍普的。
There's no Bob Hope in this office.
There's no Bob Hope in this office.
对不起，我好像打错了。
I'm sorry, I must have misdialed.
I'm sorry, I must have misdialed.
我是加里·米尔斯，请尽快跟我联络。
This is Gary Mills calling. Please call me as soon as possible.
This is Gary Mills calling. Please call me as soon as possible.
我是 ABC 公司的加里·米尔斯，请回来后给我回电话。我的电话号码是1234-1234。
This is Gary Mills of ABC. Please call me when you get home. My number is 1234-1234.
This is Gary Mills of ABC. Please call me when you get home. My number is 1234-1234.
这是电话录音。
This is a recording.
This is a recording.
您能说慢一点吗？
Please speak a little more slowly.
Please speak a little more slowly.
我听不清楚。
I can't hear you very well.
I can't hear you very well.
电话线好像有毛病。
We have a bad connection.
We have a bad connection.
您能再大点声吗？
Could you speak up, please?
Could you speak up, please?
串线了。
The lines are crossed.
The lines are crossed.
对不起，让您久等了。
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
谢谢您等我。
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you for waiting.
你给我的电话号码是错的。
You gave me the wrong number.
You gave me the wrong number.
7. 日期和时间。今天几号？
What's today's date?
What's today's date?
8月13日。
It's August 13th.
It's August 13th.
今天星期几？
What day is it?
What day is it?
星期四。
It's Thursday.
It's Thursday.
现在几点？
Do you have the time?
Do you have the time?
快到中午了。
It's almost noon.
It's almost noon.
现在1点钟了。
It's 1 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock.
1点45分。
It's a quarter to 2.
It's a quarter to 2.
1点5分。
It's 5 after 1.
It's 5 after 1.
指针正指到3点15分。
The clock says 3:15.
The clock says 3:15.
3点15分。
It's a quarter after 3.
It's a quarter after 3.
差10分2点。
It's 10 to 2.
It's 10 to 2.
9点半。
It's 9:30.
It's 9:30.
那只表慢5分钟。
The clock is 5 minutes slow.
The clock is 5 minutes slow.
该走了。
Well, time to go.
Well, time to go.
大约什么时候？
About when?
About when?
大约几点？
About what time?
About what time?
还来得及吗？
How's the time?
How's the time?
我没有时间。
I have no time.
I have no time.
你得再等5天。
You must wait for 5 more days.
You must wait for 5 more days.
怎么花那么长时间？
What is taking so long?
What is taking so long?
白白浪费了一整天。
I wasted a whole day.
I wasted a whole day.
到时间了。
Time has come.
Time has come.
时间就是金钱。
Time is money.
Time is money.
我看了2个小时的电视以打发时间。
I killed 2 hours watching TV.
I killed 2 hours watching TV.
没有时间了。
Time is up.
Time is up.
你有空闲的时间吗？
Do you have some free time?
Do you have some free time?
我看时间差不多了。
It's about time.
It's about time.
电脑能帮我们省时间。
Computers save us time.
Computers save us time.
8. 见面分手时，嗨，你好，
Hi.
Hi.
你好，
Hello.
Hello.
你好，
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
晚上好，
Good evening.
Good evening.
你好吗？
How are you?
How are you?
我很好，谢谢。
Fine, thank you.
Fine, thank you.
不怎么好，
Not so good.
Not so good.
老样子。
Nothing much.
Nothing much.
认识您，我很高兴。
Glad to meet you.
Glad to meet you.
出什么事儿了？
What's up?
What's up?
你的家人怎么样？
How's your family?
How's your family?
还好吧？
How's everything?
How's everything?
工作怎么样？
How's business?
How's business?
还可以。
Not bad.
Not bad.
今天怎么样？
How did it go today?
How did it go today?
和往常一样。
Oh, same as usual.
Oh, same as usual.
急着干什么去呀？
What's the hurry?
What's the hurry?
你去哪儿？
Where are you headed?
Where are you headed?
你干嘛呢？
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
我在想点事儿。
I was just thinking.
I was just thinking.
我只是发了会儿呆。
I was just daydreaming.
I was just daydreaming.
我只是在消磨时间。
I'm just killing time.
I'm just killing time.
你想什么呢？
What's on your mind?
What's on your mind?
没想什么，没什么，
Nothing.
Nothing.
和往常一样。
Another day, another dollar.
Another day, another dollar.
你来的正是时候。
You've come just in time.
You've come just in time.
原来你在这儿啊！
There you are.
There you are.
杰夫在吗？
Is Jeff around?
Is Jeff around?
你见到斯科特了吗？
Have you seen Scott?
Have you seen Scott?
我偶然碰到了他。
I ran into him.
I ran into him.
哎，你猜我昨天遇见谁了？
Guess who I bumped into yesterday?
Guess who I bumped into yesterday?
我跟他素不相识。
He's a stranger to me.
He's a stranger to me.
好久不见。
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
好久不见。
It's been so long.
It's been so long.
好久没见了。
Long time no see.
Long time no see.
还好吧？
How have you been?
How have you been?
最近怎么样？
How have you been doing?
How have you been doing?
忙什么呢？
What have you been doing?
What have you been doing?
你去哪儿了？
Where have you been?
Where have you been?
很高兴又见到你。
I'm glad to see you again.
I'm glad to see you again.
你一点儿都没变。
You haven't changed at all.
You haven't changed at all.
你没怎么变。
You haven't changed much.
You haven't changed much.
你变样了。
You've really changed.
You've really changed.
你长大了。
You've grown up.
You've grown up.
你越来越漂亮了。
You've become so beautiful.
You've become so beautiful.
约翰他好吗？
Is John okay?
Is John okay?
你看上去不错。
You look great.
You look great.
你感觉怎么样？
How are you feeling?
How are you feeling?
他这些日子过得怎么样？
How's he getting along these days?
How's he getting along these days?
最近你是不是胖了？
Are you gaining weight?
Are you gaining weight?
分手时，再见，
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
再见，
Bye.
Bye.
回头见。
See you.
See you.
我去了啊，
I'm off now.
I'm off now.
我得告辞了。
I have to go.
I have to go.
祝你好运，
Good luck.
Good luck.
祝你愉快。
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
祝你周末愉快。
Have a nice weekend.
Have a nice weekend.
加油啊！祝你好运，
Good luck.
Good luck.
祝你玩得愉快。
Have fun.
Have fun.
就这样，坚持下去，
Keep it up.
Keep it up.
别干得太猛。
Don't work too hard.
Don't work too hard.
旅途愉快，
Have a nice trip.
Have a nice trip.
那多保重。
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
真舍不得走，但是
I hate to run, but
I hate to run, but
认识你，我非常高兴。
it was nice meeting you.
it was nice meeting you.
请代我向约翰问好。
Please say hello to John for me.
Please say hello to John for me.
晚安，
Good night.
Good night.
再来啊！
Come again.
Come again.
别忘了给我带点什么。
Don't forget to bring something back for me.
Don't forget to bring something back for me.
放松点儿，
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
希望不久能再见到你。
I hope to see you again soon.
I hope to see you again soon.
给我打电话，
Call me later.
Call me later.
多保重。
Take care.
Take care.
你自己多保重。
Take care of yourself.
Take care of yourself.
我还会来的。
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
天不早了，
It's getting late.
It's getting late.
我得走了。
I've got to go.
I've got to go.
暂时无法见面时，我会想你的。
I'll miss you.
I'll miss you.
我真希望能和你在一起。
I wish I could go with you.
I wish I could go with you.
请代我向你的家人问好。
Please give my regards to your family.
Please give my regards to your family.
你一定回来啊。
You must come back.
You must come back.
有空给我打电话。
Give me a call sometime.
Give me a call sometime.
我们什么时候再聚吧？
Let's get together again sometime.
Let's get together again sometime.
请给我写信。
Please write me a letter.
Please write me a letter.
我会给你写信的。
I'll write you a letter.
I'll write you a letter.
让我们保持联系。
Let's keep in touch.
Let's keep in touch.
别忘了写信。
Don't forget to write.
Don't forget to write.
拜访。有人吗？
Hello, anyone home?
Hello, anyone home?
欢迎，请进。
Please come in.
Please come in.
你能来，太好了。
How nice of you to come.
How nice of you to come.
你有事儿吗？
What do you want?
What do you want?
别客气，像在自己家一样。
Please feel free to make yourself at home.
Please feel free to make yourself at home.
请坐吧。
Have a seat.
Have a seat.
您尽兴。
Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy yourself.
您喝点什么吗？
Would you care for something to drink?
Would you care for something to drink?
没关系。
Don't mind me.
Don't mind me.
我可以用洗手间吗？
May I use your bathroom?
May I use your bathroom?
洗手间在哪儿？
Where's the bathroom?
Where's the bathroom?
可以借用一下您的电话吗？
May I use your phone?
May I use your phone?
我得告辞了。
I'd better get going now.
I'd better get going now.
非常感谢您的盛情款待。
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for inviting me.
有空再来串门吧。
Drop by sometime.
Drop by sometime.
他亲自来看我。
He came to see me himself.
He came to see me himself.
您介意我抽烟吗？
Do you mind if I smoke?
Do you mind if I smoke?
您的房子真好。
I like your house.
I like your house.
我很喜欢你的公寓。
I really like your apartment.
I really like your apartment.
小心脚下，
Watch your step.
Watch your step.
地上很滑。
The floor is slippery.
The floor is slippery.
请打开电视。
Please turn on the TV.
Please turn on the TV.
我可以把车停这儿吗？
Can I park my car here?
Can I park my car here?
介绍某人。凯恩女士，这位是我的上司佐藤先生。
Miss Kane, this is Mr. Sato, my boss.
Ms. Kane, this is Mr. Sato, my boss.
很高兴认识您。
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
彼此彼此。
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you, too.
您贵姓？
May I have your name, please?
May I have your name, please?
我给你介绍一下我的朋友。
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine.
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine.
他是个好人。
He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
见到您，我很高兴。
I'm glad to meet you.
I'm glad to meet you.
能认识您，我感到非常荣幸。
It's an honor for me to meet you.
It's an honor for me to meet you.
请叫我。
Please call me.
Please call me.
我们是不是在哪儿见过面？
Don't I know you from somewhere?
Don't I know you from somewhere?
想起来了吗？
Remember?
Remember?
啊，对了，你是史密斯先生。
Oh yeah, you're Mr. Smith.
Oh, yeah, you're Mr. Smith.
我不敢肯定，也许在哪儿见过。
I'm not sure. Maybe.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
不，我想不是这样的。
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
这是我们第一次见面。
This is the first time we have met.
This is the first time we have met.
鲍勃是你的老朋友吗？
Is Bob an old friend of yours?
Is Bob an old friend of yours?
我想不起来他叫什么名字了。
I can't remember his name.
I can't remember his name.
这事儿全拜托你了。
I leave it entirely to your kind consideration.
I leave it entirely to your kind consideration.
我叫约翰·希恩。
I'm John Sheehan.
I'm John Sheehan.
和初次见面的人交谈。您是哪里人？
Where are you from?
Where are you from?
我是加拿大人。
I'm from Canada.
I'm from Canada.
我从加拿大来。
I come from Canada.
I come from Canada.
你觉得日本怎么样？
How do you like Japan?
How do you like Japan?
我很喜欢，
I like it.
I like it.
是个好地方。
It's a good place.
It's a good place.
你都去过日本的哪些地方？
Where have you been in Japan?
Where have you been in Japan?
你现在住在哪儿？
Where do you live now?
Where do you live now?
我住在东京。
I live in Tokyo.
I live in Tokyo.
您是来度假的吗？
Are you here on vacation?
Are you here on vacation?
我是来工作的。
I'm here on business.
I'm here on business.
您来日本多长时间了？
How long have you been in Japan?
How long have you been in Japan?
4个月左右。
About 4 months.
About 4 months.
你习惯日本的生活了吗？
Are you used to life in Japan?
Are you used to life in Japan?
你在日本待到什么时候？
How long will you be in Japan?
How long will you be in Japan?
待到12月。
Until December.
Until December.
你说日语吗？
Do you speak Japanese?
Do you speak Japanese?
只会一点儿。
A little.
A little.
我一点儿都不会说。
I can't speak Japanese at all.
I can't speak Japanese at all.
我会一点儿日常会话。
I know everyday conversational Japanese.
I know everyday conversational Japanese.
你是在哪儿学的日语？
Where did you learn Japanese?
Where did you learn Japanese?
在学校。
At school.
At school.
我自学的。
I learned it on my own.
I learned it on my own.
你什么时候过生日？
When's your birthday?
When's your birthday?
有关工作。你了解他的背景吗？
Do you know his background?
Do you know his background?
我在一家电脑公司工作。
I work for a computer company.
I work for a computer company.
我是国家公务员。
I'm a government employee.
I'm a government employee.
我是个体经营者。
I'm self-employed.
I'm self-employed.
你在哪个部门工作？
Which department do you work for?
Which department do you work for?
搞销售的。
Sales.
Sales.
这个工作你做了多长时间了？
How long have you been doing that job?
How long have you been doing that job?
10年了。
For 10 years.
For 10 years.
你的公司在哪儿？
Where is your company?
Where is your company?
在新宿。
In Shinjuku.
In Shinjuku.
上下班路上要花多长时间？
How long does it take you to commute?
How long does it take you to commute?
1个小时左右。
About 1 hour.
About 1 hour.
你怎么去上班？
How do you get to work?
How do you get to work?
我坐地铁。
I ride the subway.
I ride the subway.
我正在调工作。
I'm changing jobs.
I'm changing jobs.
我正在找工作。
I'm job hunting now.
I'm job hunting now.
我明年退休。
I'm retiring next year.
I'm retiring next year.
我现在失业了。
I'm out of work now.
I'm out of work now.
有关学校。你是学生吗？
Are you a student?
Are you a student?
我是个大学生。
I'm a college student.
I'm a college student.
我正在学习英文。
I'm studying English.
I'm studying English.
我毕业于明治大学。
I went to Meiji University.
I went to Meiji University.
你上的哪所大学？
Where did you go to college?
Where did you go to college?
你上什么学校？
What school do you go to?
What school do you go to?
我上大学。
I go to university.
I go to university.
你上几年级了？
What year are you in?
What year are you in?
我上1年级。
I'm a freshman.
I'm a freshman.
我明年毕业。
I'll graduate next year.
I'll graduate next year.
你的专业是什么？
What's your major?
What's your major?
我的专业是英语。
I'm an English major.
I'm an English major.
你参加哪个俱乐部？
What club are you in?
What club are you in?
我在滑雪俱乐部。
I'm in the ski club.
I'm in the ski club.
你在打工吗？
Do you have a part-time job?
Do you have a part-time job?
我1个星期去1次书店做收银员。
I work at a bookstore as a cashier once a week.
I work at a bookstore as a cashier once a week.
毕业以后你打算做什么？
What are your plans after graduation?
What are your plans after graduation?
有关家庭。 你家有几口人？
How many people are in your family?
How many people are in your family?
4口人。
4 people.
4 people.
父母和我的妹妹。
My parents and my younger sister.
My parents and my younger sister.
你有兄弟姐妹吗？
Any brothers or sisters?
Any brothers or sisters?
只有一个哥哥。
Just one brother.
Just one brother.
你和父母住在一起吗？
Do you live with your parents?
Do you live with your parents?
我一个人住。
I live alone.
I live alone.
我住在公寓里。
I live in an apartment.
I live in an apartment.
你结婚了吗？
Are you married?
Are you married?
不，还没有。
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
我有对象了。
I have a fiancé.
I have a fiancé.
我打算明年结婚。
I'm going to get married next year.
I'm going to get married next year.
我结婚了。
I'm married.
I'm married.
我订婚了。
I'm engaged.
I'm engaged.
有孩子吗？
Any children?
Any children?
我有2个男孩。
I have 2 boys.
I have 2 boys.
我有一个女儿在上小学。
I have 1 daughter in elementary school.
I have 1 daughter in elementary school.
我没有孩子。
I don't have any children.
I don't have any children.
有关兴趣和爱好。你有什么爱好？
What are your hobbies?
What are your hobbies?
你有点什么爱好吗？
Do you have any hobbies?
Do you have any hobbies?
业余时间你都干什么？
What do you do when you have free time?
What do you do when you have free time?
我喜欢看电影。
I like to watch movies.
I like to watch movies.
你喜欢看什么样的电影？
What kind of movies do you like?
What kind of movies do you like?
你的钢琴弹得真好。
You're a good pianist.
You're a good pianist.
你喜欢哪种运动？
What kind of sports do you like?
What kind of sports do you like?
你滑了多长时间雪了？
How long have you been skiing?
How long have you been skiing?
我只是喜欢看。
I just like to watch.
I just like to watch.
我是棒球迷。
I'm a baseball fan.
I'm a baseball fan.
我喜欢打高尔夫球。
I like to play golf.
I like to play golf.
你练习过健美操吗？
Have you ever done aerobics?
Have you ever done aerobics?
你对什么感兴趣？
What are your interests?
What are your interests?
我从没做过。
I've never done that.
I've never done that.
你去国外旅行过吗？
Have you ever traveled abroad?
Have you ever traveled abroad?
你去哪儿了？
Where have you been?
Where have you been?
我去美国和德国了。
I've been to the U.S. and Germany.
I've been to the U.S. and Germany.
下次你想去哪儿？
Where do you want to go next?
Where do you want to go next?
有关年龄、身高和体重。你多大了？
How old are you?
How old are you?
我48岁。
I'm 48.
I'm 48.
你的体重是多少？
How much do you weigh?
How much do you weigh?
75公斤左右。
About 75 kilograms.
About 75 kilograms.
我重164磅。
I weigh 164 pounds.
I weigh 164 pounds.
你有多高？
How tall are you?
How tall are you?
1.80米左右。
About 180 centimeters.
About 180 centimeters.
我身高5英尺3寸。
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall.
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall.
有关天气，今天真热呀。
It's very hot today, isn't it?
It's very hot today, isn't it?
天气炎热。
It's blistering hot.
It's blistering hot.
今天的天气真好。
It's a fine day today.
It's a fine day today.
明天的天气怎么样？
What's the forecast for tomorrow?
What's the forecast for tomorrow?
今天的天气怎么样？
How's the weather today?
How's the weather today?
今天会下雨吗？
Is it going to rain today?
Is it going to rain today?
好像要下雨。
We're expecting some rain.
We're expecting some rain.
下雨了。
It's raining.
It's raining.
今天会下雨吧？
It's going to rain today.
It's going to rain today.
今天很热。
It's hot today.
It's hot today.
今天很暖和。
It's warm today.
It's warm today.
今天很冷。
It's cold today.
It's cold today.
今天冷飕飕的。
It's chilly today.
It's chilly today.
今天风很大。
It's windy today.
It's windy today.
今天很闷热。
It's humid.
It's humid.
气候干燥。
It's dry.
It's dry.
暴风雨天气。
It's stormy.
It's stormy.
下雪了。
It's snowing.
It's snowing.
天阴沉沉的。
It's gloomy.
It's gloomy.
看样子我们会遇上雷阵雨。
It looks like we are going to have a thunder shower.
It looks like we are going to have a thunder shower.
台风快到了。
A typhoon is coming.
A typhoon is coming.
起雾了。
It's foggy.
It's foggy.
冷得像要结冰了。
It's freezing.
It's freezing.
快下暴风雨了。
We're going to have a blizzard.
We're going to have a blizzard.
这天儿真舒服。
It's pleasant.
It's pleasant.
今天风和日丽。
It's mild today.
It's mild today.
雾蒙蒙的。
It's misty.
It's misty.
今天阴天。
It's overcast today.
It's overcast today.
糟糕的天气。
It's miserable.
It's miserable.
我怕热。
I'm sensitive to heat.
I'm sensitive to heat.
今天风和日丽。
It's breezy today.
It's breezy today.
今天的天气让人不舒服。
It's uncomfortable today.
It's uncomfortable today.
热死我了。
The heat is killing me.
The heat is killing me.
下了瓢泼大雨。
It's raining cats and dogs.
It's raining cats and dogs.
下霜了。
It's frosty today.
It's frosty today.
酒 随意的谈话，征求意见，懂吗？
Do you understand?
Do you understand?
懂了吗？
Understood?
Understood?
清楚了吗？
Is that clear?
Is that clear?
你了解情况吗？
Get the picture?
Get the picture?
你懂我说的意思吗？
Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean?
你在听吗？
Are you listening to me?
Are you listening?
你不知道吗？
Are you blind?
Are you blind?
你明白我说的意思吧？
You know what I'm talking about.
You know what I'm talking about.
我是那样说的吧？
I said that, didn't I?
I said that, didn't I?
你知道那事儿吗？
Do you know that?
Do you know that?
说不定你知道吧？
Do you happen to know?
Do you happen to know?
我辨别不出来。
I can't tell the difference.
I can't tell the difference.
你听得见吗？
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
你听见我说的了吗？
Did you hear me?
Did you hear me?
同意。知道了。
I understand.
I understand.
明白了吗？
See?
See?
完全明白。
I understand very well.
I understand very well.
我想我懂了。
I think I understand.
I think I understand.
我明白你说的了。
I see what you mean.
I see what you mean.
我太清楚那种事儿了。
I know that too well.
I know that too well.
我明白你的意思。
I see your point.
I see your point.
哦，我终于明白了。
I get it.
I get it.
这样啊，原来是这么回事儿。
I got it.
I got it.
这点事儿我还是知道的。
I know that much.
I know that much.
原来是这样啊。
That solves it.
That solves it.
好吧，好吧，我知道了。
All right, I understand.
All right. All right. I understand.
我知道呀，
I know.
I know.
我认识那个人。
I know that person.
I know that person.
我见过他。
I know him by sight.
I know him by sight.
嗯，我听说了。
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah, I heard about it.
我听着呢。我知道了。
I hear you.
I hear you.
我理解了。
I'm following you.
I'm following you.
言之有理。
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
不明白，不知道。我不明白。
I don't understand.
I don't understand.
我不太明白。
I don't really understand.
I don't really understand.
我不清楚。
That's not clear.
That's not clear.
我不明白你在说什么。
I can't see your point.
I can't see your point.
我不明白你的意思。
I can't understand what you mean.
I can't understand what you mean.
我弄不清楚你想说什么。
I'm not sure what you mean.
I'm not sure what you mean.
我根本不知道这是怎么回事。
I don't know what's what.
I don't know what's what.
太难了，我弄不懂。
It's over my head.
It's over my head.
我也搞不清楚。
Your guess is as good as mine.
Your guess is as good as mine.
越想越糊涂。
The more I think about it, the less I understand it.
The more I think about it, the less I understand it.
我不知道他要干什么。
I don't know what he is driving at.
I don't know what he is driving at.
他到底想干什么？
What's she after?
What's she after?
我一点儿都不知道。
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
我怎么不知道？
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
不知道，不太清楚。
I don't know.
I don't know.
我不太清楚。
I don't know for sure.
I don't know for sure.
谁也不知道确切的情况。
No one knows for sure.
No one knows for sure.
我怎么会知道？
How should I know?
How should I know?
谁能知道？
Who knows?
Who knows?
反问：有事儿吗？
Yes?
Yes?
为何？
What for?
What for?
您说什么？
Pardon me?
Pardon me?
现在怎么样？
How about now?
How about now?
对不起，你说什么？
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
什么？
What?
What?
你说什么来着？
Did you say anything?
Did you say anything?
对不起，你说什么来着？
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
那又怎么样呢？
So what?
So what?
什么意思？
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
你是说吗？
Are you saying that...
Are you saying that?
后来怎么样了？
Then what?
Then what?
他到底想干嘛？
What's he driving at?
What's he driving at?
你能再说一遍吗？
Would you repeat that, please?
Would you repeat that, please?
您说的太快了。
You're speaking too quickly.
You're speaking too quickly.
请您再说慢一点儿。
Please say it more slowly.
Please say it more slowly.
我跟不上您说的。
I can't keep up.
I can't keep up.
请再大一点声说。
Please speak a little louder.
Please speak a little louder.
我听不见。
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
我没听见你说什么。
I couldn't catch what you said.
I couldn't catch what you said.
你在说什么呢？
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
就像我一样。
Just like me.
Just like me.
好吃吗？
Was it good?
Was it good?
玩得高兴吗？
Did you have fun?
Did you have fun?
这套衣服怎么样？
How do you like this suit?
How do you like this suit?
你觉得怎么样？
How did you like it?
How did you like it?
你喜欢吗？
Did you like it?
Did you like it?
你觉得那个怎么样？
What do you think of it?
What do you think of it?
询问，叙述情况。结果怎么样？
How'd things turn out?
How'd things turn out?
长话短说。
To make a long story short,
To make a long story short,
你就简明扼要地说吧。
just tell me the story in a nutshell.
Just tell me the story in a nutshell.
告诉我详细情况。
Let me know the circumstances.
Let me know the circumstances.
轻而易举。
A piece of cake.
A piece of cake.
到现在为止还好。
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
马马虎虎。
So-so.
So-so.
就是这样。
That's about it.
That's about it.
没什么了不起的。
It was nothing.
It was nothing.
这很简单。
There's nothing to it.
There's nothing to it.
啊，真灵。
It worked.
It worked.
还需要再加把劲儿。
It needs work.
It needs work.
就差那么一点儿。
Almost.
Almost.
越来越不好。
Going from bad to worse.
Going from bad to worse.
他一举成名。
He made it big.
He made it big.
问题解决了。
We're set.
We're set.
随声附和。我知道了。
I see.
I see.
嗯。
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
啊，是吗？
You have?
You have?
是那样吗？
Is that right?
Is that right?
是那样。
That's right.
That's right.
没错。
Exactly.
Exactly.
是吗？
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
是吗？
Is that so?
Is that so?
然后呢？
And?
And?
我也是。
Me too.
Me too.
我也不。
Neither do I.
Neither do I.
别说傻话。
Don't be silly.
Don't be silly.
真是太倒霉了。
That's too bad.
That's too bad.
真的吗？
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
真是太过分了。
What a shame.
What a shame.
那好啊，
Good.
Good.
真叫人吃惊。
What a surprise.
What a surprise.
我真希望不是这样。
I hope not.
I hope not.
要是那样就好了。
I hope so.
I hope so.
太棒了，
Great.
Great.
难以置信。
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
开玩笑吧？
No kidding.
No kidding.
行，没问题。
You bet.
You bet.
一时语塞。
Well,
Well,
让我想想。
let me see.
let me see.
我的意思是，
I mean,
I mean,
话就在嘴边上，
it's on the tip of my tongue.
it's on the tip of my tongue.
说什么好呢？
What should I say?
What should I say?
我真不知道该说什么好。
I don't know quite how to put this.
I don't know quite how to put this.
这可让你问着了。
Beats me.
Beats me.
叫什么来着？
What do you call it?
What do you call it?
让你问住了。
You've got me.
You've got me.
催促别人说话。你说点什么吧。
Say something.
Say something.
我想知道的详细一些。
Tell me more about it.
Tell me more about it.
你的旅行怎么样？
How was your trip?
How was your trip?
我在认真的听呢。
I'm all ears.
I'm all ears.
会开的怎么样？
How was the meeting?
How was the meeting?
继续说呀。
I'm listening.
I'm listening.
我很想听听那件事儿。
I'd like to hear the story.
I'd like to hear the story.
我们只是闲聊一会儿。
We had small talk.
We had small talk.
电影怎么样？
How was the movie?
How was the movie?
那部戏有意思吗？
Did you enjoy the play?
Did you enjoy the play?
我想现在就谈谈那件事儿。
I want to talk about it now.
I want to talk about it now.
说吧，说吧，
Shoot.
Shoot.
咱们说英语吧。
Let's talk in English.
Let's talk in English.
咱们聊会儿天儿吧。
Let's have a chat.
Let's have a chat.
抓重点的说。
To the point, please.
To the point, please.
今天过得怎么样？
How was your day?
How was your day?
转换话题。我们换个话题吧。
Let's change the subject.
Let's change the subject.
言归正传。
Let's get back to the subject.
Let's get back to the subject.
我现在不想谈那件事儿。
I don't want to talk about it now.
I don't want to talk about it now.
那事儿以后再说吧。
Let's talk about it later.
Let's talk about it later.
另外，我们说说
To change the subject,
To change the subject.
好了，玩笑就到此。
well, all joking aside,
Well, all joking aside.
顺便提一下，
by the way,
By the way,
你刚才说什么来着？
you were saying?
you were saying.
啊，我想起来了。
That reminds me.
That reminds me.
别说了，
Let's stop talking.
Let's stop talking.
那事儿我听过了。
I've heard the story before.
I've heard the story before.
这件事儿别再说了。
Let's drop the subject.
Let's drop the subject.
别那么大声说。
Don't say it so loud.
Don't say it so loud.
下决心。我已经决定了。
I've decided.
I've decided.
一切都看你的了。
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
你决定吧。
You decide.
You decide.
这是关键性的一点。
This is the important point.
This is the important point.
这是我个人的问题。
This is my personal problem.
This is my personal problem.
这是生死攸关的大事儿。
It's a matter of life and death.
It's a matter of life and death.
是去是留随你。
You're free to go or stay.
You're free to go or stay.
已经无可挽回了。
There's no turning back.
There's no turning back.
走一步看一步吧。
Let's play it by ear.
Let's play it by ear.
我确信我能做好。
I'm sure I can do it.
I'm sure I can do it.
我仍然无法决定我该做什么。
I'm still unable to decide what to do.
I'm still unable to decide what to do.
我跟着他。
I'll follow her.
I'll follow her.
我们拧成一股绳的去干。
Let's all get together and act as one.
Let's all get together and act as one.
反正也得干。
I have to do it anyhow.
I have to do it anyhow.
机不可失，时不再来。
It's now or never.
It's now or never.
越早越好。
The sooner the better.
The sooner, the better.
碰碰运气看。
I'll take a chance.
I'll take a chance.
再拿出点勇气来。
Have more guts.
Have more guts.
我们总得想办法完成。
Let's finish it somehow.
Let's finish it somehow.
值得一试。
It's worth a try.
It's worth a try.
我们必须同心同德。
We must function as one mind and one body.
We must function as one mind and one body.
你等着瞧吧。
You just wait.
You just wait.
豁出去了。
It's all or nothing.
It's all or nothing.
10. 重要的提醒和忠告。教诲、告诫。约翰，向他道歉。
John, apologize to her.
John, apologize to her.
约翰，你听我说。
John, you listen to me.
John, you listen to me.
危险，别淘气。
Watch out. Don't play with that thing.
Watch out. Don't play with that thing.
自己的事情自己做。
Do it yourself.
Do it yourself.
你别半途而废。
You should finish what you start.
You should finish what you start.
我认输了。
I'm ready to throw in the towel.
I'm ready to throw in the towel.
这是你的责任。
It's your duty to do that.
It's your duty to do that.
要善待他人。
Be good to others.
Be good to others.
你要再三小心。
You can't be too careful.
You can't be too careful.
三思而后行。
Make up your mind after thinking it over carefully.
Make up your mind after thinking it over carefully.
我全靠你了。
I'm counting on you.
I'm counting on you.
你终究会明白的。
You'll see.
You'll see.
冷静下来，好好想想。
Calm down and think carefully.
Calm down and think carefully.
这是最重要的事情。
That's the most important thing.
That's the most important thing.
人要有自知之明。
Don't bite off more than you can chew.
Don't bite off more than you can chew.
这事儿做起来没有太大价值。
There isn't much merit in doing so.
There isn't much merit in doing so.
你还得再加把劲儿。
What you need is a little more effort.
What you need is a little more effort.
有点自尊心吧。
Respect yourself.
Respect yourself.
我希望你事事要积极。
I hope you'll be more positive overall.
I hope you'll be more positive overall.
你说的容易。
That's easy for you to say.
That's easy for you to say.
你发什么牢骚？
There's no reason for complaints.
There's no reason for complaints.
你脸上都写着呢呀。
It's written all over your face.
It's written all over your face.
我当然会生气了。
It's natural for me to get angry.
It's natural for me to get angry.
我是根据我的经验才这样说的。
I'm telling you this from my experience.
I'm telling you this from my experience.
没其他不同的看法吗？
Can't you think of it differently?
Can't you think of it differently?
好好想想，
Just think of it.
Just think of it.
不要轻信。
Don't trust it.
Don't trust it.
我是个容易上当的人。
I'm so gullible.
I'm so gullible.
别小看他，
Don't underestimate him.
Don't underestimate him.
那是最重要的呀。
That's the name of the game.
That's the name of the game.
我不能对你特殊。
I can't make any exceptions for you.
I can't make any exceptions for you.
动动脑子，
Use your head.
Use your head.
自作自受。
You asked for it.
You asked for it.
如果批评的对，你就接受吧。
If the shoe fits, wear it.
If the shoe fits, wear it.
提醒，我得提醒一句，
Let me give you a piece of advice.
Let me give you a piece of advice.
小心，
Watch out!
Watch out.
注意脚下，
Watch your step.
Watch your step.
抓紧我，
Hold on to me tight.
Hold on to me tight.
要提防着点他。
Watch out for him.
Watch out for him.
这里有点蹊跷，
There's a little catch.
There's a little catch.
三思而后行。
Think twice before you do it.
Think twice before you do it.
轻拿轻放，动作轻点儿，
Easy does it.
Easy does it.
手下留情，
Please go easy on me.
Please go easy on me.
别操之过急，
Let's not jump the gun.
Let's not jump the gun.
不要做得太过火，
Let's not go overboard.
Let's not go overboard.
我们看情况再说。
Let's wait and see how things go.
Let's wait and see how things go.
别这么快下结论，
Don't jump to conclusions.
Don't jump to conclusions.
别那么自私，
Don't be selfish.
Don't be selfish.
你的工作表现总是不稳定，
Your work is always inconsistent.
Your work is always inconsistent.
你不该随便乱花钱，
You shouldn't spend money foolishly.
You shouldn't spend money foolishly.
你的态度太恶劣了，
You have an attitude problem.
You have an attitude problem.
别那么没有礼貌，
Don't be so naughty.
Don't be so naughty.
请安静，
Hold it down.
Hold it down.
嘘，
Hush.
Hush.
太吵了，
It's too noisy.
It's too noisy.
别丢人现眼了，
Don't make a fool of yourself.
Don't make a fool of yourself.
分清场合，
Think about where you are.
Think about where you are.
你也不看看你多大了，
Act your age.
Act your age.
你想的也太天真了，
Your view is too optimistic.
Your view is too optimistic.
你的想法太不现实了，
You should get your head out of the clouds.
You should get your head out of the clouds.
别再重复这种愚蠢的错误了，
Don't make such stupid mistakes again.
Don't make such stupid mistakes again.
别那么自命不凡，
Don't be stuck up.
Don't be stuck up.
人不可貌相，
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
说话要留神，
Watch your tongue.
Watch your tongue.
要遵守规则，
Follow the rules.
Follow the rules.
别偷懒儿，
Stop goofing off.
Stop goofing off.
照我说的做，
Do as I said.
Do as I said.
不要说别人的坏话，
Don't say bad things about others.
Don't say bad things about others.
别食言，
Don't go back on your word.
Don't go back on your word.
做你能做的，
Don't take on more than you can.
Don't take on more than you can.
别那么粗鲁，
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
你被开除了，
You're fired.
You're fired.
你得像个男子汉，
Be a man.
Be a man.
别自吹自擂，
Don't talk boastfully.
Don't talk boastfully.
请别让我失望，
Please don't disappoint me.
Please don't disappoint me.
别挑逗女孩，
Don't flirt with girls.
Don't flirt with girls.
别挑逗男孩，
Don't flirt with boys.
Don't flirt with boys.
别抱怨，叫你怎么做就怎么做，
Don't complain and do as you're told.
Don't complain and do as you are told.
干脆点儿，
Make it snappy.
Make it snappy.
麻利点儿，利索点儿，
Step on it.
Step on it.
责备，别把责任推给我，
Don't blame me.
Don't blame me.
这是你的过错，
You're to blame.
You're to blame.
你站在我的立场上想想，
Put yourself in my shoes.
Put yourself in my shoes.
你就不觉得害臊吗？
Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
我要教训他一顿，
I'll give him a piece of my mind.
I'll give him a piece of my mind.
别把我卷进去，
Don't involve me.
Don't involve me.
我早说过了吧？
I told you so.
I told you so.
你知道的吧？
You knew that, didn't you?
You knew that, didn't you?
好像是我做错了什么事似的。
It is as if I had done something wrong.
It is as if I had done something wrong.
他在最后关头胆怯了，
He chickened out at the last moment.
He chickened out at the last moment.
别冲我发火，
Don't take it out on me.
Don't take it out on me.
还我钱，
Pay up.
Pay up.
我会找你算账的。
You'll pay for this.
You'll pay for this.
你疯了，
You're out of your mind.
You're out of your mind.
你怎么这么说？
You shouldn't say things like that.
You shouldn't say things like that.
这可全为了你。
It's for your own good.
It's for your own good.
你干嘛老挑我的刺儿？
Why are you picking on me?
Why are you picking on me?
他对我的工作总是鸡蛋里挑骨头。
He always finds fault with my work.
He always finds fault with my work.
制止，停，
Hold it.
Hold it.
等等，
Wait.
Wait.
别动，别动，
Uh-uh-uh.
别干那事儿。
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
你干嘛要干那种事儿？
Why are you doing that?
Why are you doing that?
请排队，
Please line up.
Please line up.
别加塞儿，
Don't cut in line.
Don't cut in line.
别推呀，
Don't push.
Don't push.
别张口就骂人。
Don't call me names.
Don't call me names.
别多嘴多舌的。
Don't be a blabbermouth.
Don't be a blabbermouth.
要做的不露痕迹。
Keep it out of sight.
Keep it out of sight.
离我远点儿。
Stay away from me.
Stay away from me.
不许耍花样。
No funny stuff.
No funny stuff.
别介入那件事儿。
Stay out of this.
Stay out of this.
别给弄砸了。
Don't ruin it.
Don't ruin it.
别打架。
Stop fighting.
Stop fighting.
警告。别动。
Freeze.
Freeze.
蹲下。
Duck.
Duck.
举起手来。
Hands up.
Hands up.
不许动。
Don't move.
Don't move.
照我说的去做。
You listen to me.
You listen to me.
趴下。
Get down.
Get down.
站住。
Halt.
Halt.
待在那儿。
Stay where you are.
Stay where you are.
往前走。
Move on.
Move on.
跪下。
On your knees.
On your knees.
放手。
Let go of me.
Let go of me.
快逃吧。
Run for your lives.
Run for your lives.
截住他。
Stop him.
Stop him.
闭嘴。
Can it.
Can it.
后退。
Stand back.
Stand back.
算了吧。
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
你被逮捕了。
You're under arrest.
You're under arrest.
手脚分开。
Spread 'em.
Spread 'em.
小心。危险。
Heads up.
Heads up.
放下。
Drop it.
Drop it.
拿开你的手。
Get your hands off.
Get your hands off.
趴下。
Stay down.
Stay down.
快溜走吧。
Get lost.
Get lost.
滚出去。
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
闪开。
Back off.
Back off.
11. 内心表白。道谢。谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
多谢。
Thanks.
Thanks.
非常感谢。
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
真是非常感谢。
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
谢谢您的好意。
Thanks for your kindness.
Thanks for your kindness.
非常感谢你的关怀。
I appreciate your kindness.
I appreciate your kindness.
我无法表达对您的感谢。
I can't thank you enough.
I can't thank you enough.
真不知如何感谢你的关心。
I can hardly thank you enough for your kindness.
I can hardly thank you enough for your kindness.
你帮了我大忙了。
You've been very helpful.
You've been very helpful.
谢谢你的帮助。
Thank you for the help.
Thank you for the help.
耽误您时间，实在对不起。
Thanks for your time.
Thanks for your time.
感谢您为我做的一切。
Thanks for everything.
Thanks for everything.
不管怎么，都要谢谢您。
Thank you anyway.
thank you anyway.
哦，那太好了。
How nice.
How nice.
我欠你的情。
I owe you one.
I owe you one.
谢谢你送给我的礼物。
Thanks a lot for your present.
Thanks a lot for your present.
您能这样说，我非常感谢。
Thanks for saying so.
Thanks for saying so.
谢谢你告诉我。
Thanks for telling me.
Thanks for telling me.
非常感谢你等着我。
Thanks for waiting for me.
Thanks for waiting for me.
谢谢你约我出来。
Thanks for asking me out.
Thanks for asking me out.
谢谢你鼓励我。
Thanks for cheering me up.
Thanks for cheering me up.
你救了我一命。
You saved my life.
You saved my life.
谢谢你对我的忠告。
Thanks for warning me.
Thanks for warning me.
谢谢你不远万里专程跑一趟。
Thanks for coming all the way over here.
Thanks for coming all the way over here.
谢谢你的来信，你对我太好了。
Thank you for your letter. It was very kind of you.
Thank you for your letter. It was very kind of you.
还礼，不客气，
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
不必客气。
Don't mention it.
Don't mention it.
能帮助您，我非常高兴。
I'm glad I could help.
I'm glad I could help.
道歉，对不起
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
啊，对不起，
Whoops, excuse me.
Whoops, excuse me.
对不起，请原谅。
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
真的非常抱歉。
I'm awfully sorry.
I'm awfully sorry.
那件事儿真对不起。
I'm sorry about that.
I'm sorry about that.
这是我的疏忽。
It's my fault.
It's my fault.
哎呀，我弄错了。
Oops, my mistake.
Oops, my mistake.
那事儿我觉得很抱歉。
I feel bad about it.
I feel bad about it.
真抱歉，我不能来。
I'm sorry I couldn't come.
I'm sorry I couldn't come.
前几天真是很抱歉。
I'm sorry about the other day.
I'm sorry about the other day.
请您原谅我的失礼。
Please forgive my rudeness.
Please forgive my rudeness.
我不知该怎样向您道歉。
I don't know how to apologize to you.
I don't know how to apologize to you.
我并没有那个意思。
I didn't mean that.
I didn't mean that.
真对不起，给您添麻烦了。
I'm sorry to trouble you.
I'm sorry to trouble you.
实在对不起，让您费心了。
I'm really sorry for troubling you.
I'm really sorry for troubling you.
抱歉，让您久等了。
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
我希望，可是
I wish I could.
I wish I could.
对道歉的回答，没事儿，别放在心里。
That's all right.
That's all right.
下次要多加小心。
Please be more careful next time.
Please be more careful next time.
关心对方。我帮您收大衣吧。
Let me get your coat for you.
Let me get your coat for you.
别拘束，像在自己家一样吧。
Make yourself at home.
Make yourself at home.
很抱歉，
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
现在您有空吗？
Do you have a minute?
Do you have a minute?
我能跟您说几句话吗？
Can I talk to you for a minute?
Can I talk to you for a minute?
您先请。
After you.
After you.
我帮您一把吧。
Can I give you a hand?
Can I give you a hand?
对不起，我过一下。
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
我接受你的建议。就照你说的。
I'll accept your offer.
I'll accept your offer.
对不起，打断一下。
Sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry to interrupt you.
真抱歉，这么突然。
Sorry for the short notice.
Sorry for the short notice.
表扬。太棒了。
Great.
Great.
约翰，你真够出色的。
John is incredible.
John is incredible.
真不错。
Good job.
Good job.
干得真好。
Way to go.
Way to go.
儿子，你真棒。
Well done, son.
Well done, son.
恭喜了。
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
你真了不起。
You were great.
You were great.
恭喜你，干得不错，真是件好事儿。
Good for you.
Good for you.
真是好孩子。
Good boy.
Good boy.
多漂亮的裙子呀！
What a nice dress.
What a nice dress.
我真喜欢你的衬衫。
I like your shirt.
I like your shirt.
你的领带真漂亮。
That's a great tie.
That's a great tie.
你有辆好车呀。
You have a nice car.
You have a nice car.
在哪儿买的？
Where did you buy it?
Where did you buy it?
是在 K 店买的。
I bought it at the K store.
I bought it at the K store.
在特别降价的时候。
It was on sale.
It was on sale.
你看上去真好，真帅。
You look nice.
You look nice.
对你正合适。
It looks nice on you.
It looks nice on you.
这得归功于您呀。
All the credit goes to you.
All the credit goes to you.
非常出色。
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
真是个男子汉。
What a man.
What a man.
真不愧是你，干得好。
Wow, you're on a winning streak.
Wow, you're on a winning streak.
你的儿子真可爱。
You have a cute son.
You have a cute son.
您看上去很年轻。
You look young for your age.
You look young for your age.
我非常感谢您为此所做出的努力。
I appreciate your effort very much.
I appreciate your effort very much.
真羡慕你。
I envy you.
I envy you.
他对你的评价很高。
He thinks highly of you.
He thinks highly of you.
我需要一个值得我尊敬的老板。
I need a boss I can look up to.
I need a boss I can look up to.
他真有勇气。
He's got guts.
He's got guts.
第3章，促进相互理解的短句。12，商谈。赞成，赞成。
I agree.
I agree.
我也这样认为。
I think so too.
I think so too.
好啊。
Anything you say.
Anything you say.
没有异议。
No objection.
No objection.
我不反对。
I don't have any objection to it.
I don't have any objection to it.
我觉得那样很好。
That's fine with me.
That's fine with me.
很好。
Fine.
Fine.
那就行了。
That's fair.
That's fair.
我也有同样感觉。
You can say that again.
You can say that again.
好像挺有意思。
Sounds like fun.
Sounds like fun.
当然，一定。
You bet.
You bet.
你是反对还是赞成他的主意？
Are you for or against his idea?
Are you for or against his idea?
好。
Good.
Good.
太棒了。
Great.
Great.
好主意。
Good idea.
Good idea.
你说的有一部分是对的。
What you say is partly right.
What you say is partly right.
反对。我反对。
I don't agree.
I don't agree.
我不能同意。
I can't agree.
I can't agree.
我怀疑。
I doubt it.
I doubt it.
我反对。
Objection!
Objection.
你不是这么说的。
That's not what you said.
That's not what you said.
我无法相信。
I can't buy that.
I can't buy that.
馊主意。
Bad idea.
Bad idea.
那可不好啊。
No good.
No good.
算了吧。
Let's not.
Let's not.
那怎么可能？
That's impossible.
That's impossible.
那完全是胡说八道。
That's absolute nonsense.
That's absolute nonsense.
行不通。
It won't work.
It won't work.
不总是这样。
Not always.
Not always.
不是那样。
Not really.
Not really.
肯定。对，是我。
Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
嗯，
Yeah,
Yeah,
我想是的。
I think so.
I think so.
是的，对，
Right.
Right.
一点儿没错。
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
一句话，是。
In a word, yes.
In a word, yes.
完全和你说的一样。
You're perfectly correct.
You're perfectly correct.
在某种意义上，他是对的。
In a sense, he's right.
In a sense, he's right.
啊，对了，
That's it.
That's it.
正是，
You got it.
You got it.
你说到点子上了。
Your answer is to the point.
Your answer is to the point.
应该是吧？
I bet.
I bet.
那好吧，拜托您了。那谢谢了。为什么不行？
Why not?
Why not?
对喽，
Bingo.
Bingo.
说得对，说得好。
Here, here.
Here, here.
是，先生。
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
确实是这样。
No doubt.
No doubt.
当然可以。
Fair enough?
Fair enough?
恐怕就是这样了。
I'm afraid so.
I'm afraid so.
你的意见有道理。
Your opinion is reasonable.
Your opinion is reasonable.
如果你说是的话，那就是吧。
If you say so.
If you say so.
据我所知，是的。
Yeah, as far as I know.
Yeah, as far as I know.
我这就做。
I'm going to.
I'm going to.
否定，不，没有，
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
不对，
Wrong.
Wrong.
那是不对的。
That's not right.
That's not right.
你的想法根本上就是错误的。
Your idea is fundamentally wrong.
Your idea is fundamentally wrong.
我不是那个意思。
That's not what I mean.
That's not what I mean.
哪儿有的事儿？当然不是。
Certainly not.
Certainly not.
没有，从来没有。
No, never.
No, never.
不，一点儿都不。
No, not a bit.
No, not a bit.
肯定不对。
No way.
No way.
怎么可能呢？
How can that be?
How can that be?
在这一点上，我们意见分歧。
We don't agree on this point.
We don't agree on this point.
我没说那个。
I'm not talking about that.
I'm not talking about that.
这个吗？
Uh-uh.
Uh-uh.
那样不行。
That won't do.
That won't do.
他呀，不行。
He won't do.
He won't do.
那也太没道理了。
That makes no sense.
That makes no sense.
不是我，
Not me.
Not me.
我否认。
I deny that.
I deny that.
含糊其辞的回答。也许吧，
Maybe.
Maybe.
不完全，
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
可能是吧，
I guess so.
I guess so.
也许是真的吧，
It might be true.
It might be true.
可能会吧，
It could be.
It could be.
我不太清楚。
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
但愿是这样。
I hope you're right.
I hope you're right.
有那么点儿，
Sort of.
Sort of.
差不多吧。
It's something like that.
It's something like that.
那得看情况，
It depends.
It depends.
也许是，也许不是。
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
但愿如此，
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
不能保证。
There's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee.
我想是的，
I think so.
I think so.
我说不好。
I can't say.
I can't say.
也是，也不是。
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
喜忧参半，一半儿一半儿。
Half and half.
Half and half.
我会试试。
I'll try.
I'll try.
怎么说呢？
It's difficult to say.
It's difficult to say.
还可以更好点儿。
Could be better.
Could be better.
他给我的回答很含糊。
He gave me an ambiguous answer.
He gave me an ambiguous answer.
保留意见，让我想想。
Let me think about it.
Let me think about it.
请给我点时间考虑。
I need some time to think it over.
I need some time to think it over.
我会考虑的。
I'll consider it.
I'll consider it.
我考虑考虑吧。
I'll think about it.
I'll think about it.
我得琢磨琢磨。
I'll think it over.
I'll think it over.
请给我一个晚上的时间考虑。
Let me sleep on it.
Let me sleep on it.
我得研究研究。
I'll see what I can do.
I'll see what I can do.
提出询问意见。你呢？
How about you?
How about you?
你觉得呢？
What do you think?
What do you think?
你的意见呢？
What's your opinion?
What's your opinion?
你的建议呢？
What's your suggestion?
What's your suggestion?
还有别的吗？
What else?
What else?
什么问题都可以。
Any question will do.
Any question will do.
你有什么建议吗？
What do you recommend?
What do you recommend?
你不这样认为吗？
Don't you think so?
Don't you think so?
你同意吗？
Do you agree?
Do you agree?
给我一个明确的答复。
Give me a definite answer.
Give me a definite answer.
是还是不是？
Is it yes or no?
Is it yes or no?
这可不算答复。
It doesn't answer my question.
It doesn't answer my question.
你没有希望赢。
You don't stand a chance.
You don't stand a chance.
我已经忍无可忍了。
It's the last straw.
It's the last straw.
让我听听您的直言。
Let me hear your candid opinion.
Let me hear your candid opinion.
你有什么更好的主意吗？
Can you think of anything better?
Can you think of anything better?
有什么不满意的吗？
Any complaints?
Any complaints?
你不满意什么？
What is your complaint?
What is your complaint?
我是个有气量的人。
I'm fairly broad-minded.
I'm fairly broad-minded.
这是一个难得的机会。
That kind of chance comes once in a blue moon.
That kind of chance comes once in a blue moon.
照我的想法，
In my opinion,
In my opinion,
我的意思是，
what I meant was,
what I meant was,
我想是的，
I think so.
I think so.
我想不是。
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
我认为这要看个人的看法。
I think it is a matter of opinion.
I think it is a matter of opinion.
那并不重要。
It's not important.
It's not important.
那是个好主意。
That's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
那是胡说。
That's not true.
That's not true.
对了，没错，
That's right.
That's right.
我可负担不起。
I can't afford it.
I can't afford it.
值得一看。
It's worth a look.
It's worth a look.
这不，您看，
You see,
You see,
我可跟你说清楚，
let's get this straight.
let's get this straight.
我是不会做那种事儿的。
I would not do that.
I would not do that.
还有更厉害的呢。
You ain't seen nothing yet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
不要画蛇添足了。
Let's leave well enough alone.
Let's leave well enough alone.
肯定是我的幻觉。
It must be my imagination.
It must be my imagination.
从长远来看，
In the long run,
In the long run,
叙述、询问理由。为什么？
why?
why?
为什么？
How come?
How come?
你怎么会那么想呢？
What makes you think that?
What makes you think that?
告诉我为什么？
Tell me why.
Tell me why.
是怎么发生的？
How did it happen?
How did it happen?
你干嘛要去做这种事儿呢？
What are you doing this for?
What are you doing this for?
你为什么干那样的事儿呢？
Why did you do that?
Why did you do that?
是什么原因呢？
What causes it?
What causes it?
请给我解释一下。
Explain it to me.
Explain it to me.
为什么不行？
Why not?
Why not?
你怎么那么高兴？
What are you so happy about?
What are you so happy about?
为了什么？
What for?
What for?
为了谁？
For who?
For who?
你旅行的目的是什么？
What's the purpose of your visit?
What's the purpose of your visit?
没有理由不让做吧？
No reason not to.
No reason not to.
你怎么在这儿？
Why are you here?
Why are you here?
我告诉你为什么。
I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you why.
总之是这么回事儿。
In brief, it's like this.
In brief, it's like this.
它的由来是这样的。
It started like this.
It started like this.
原来如此。
That's why.
That's why.
所以
That's why.
That's why.
指出错误。我觉得你错了。
I think you're mistaken.
I think you're mistaken.
你错了。
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
那是谁的错呀？
Whose fault is that?
Whose fault is that?
吃不着葡萄，就说葡萄是酸的。
I think it's sour grapes.
I think it's sour grapes.
那随你的便。
That's up to you.
That's up to you.
你没说到点儿上。
That's not the point.
That's not the point.
对不起，那是我的。
Excuse me, that's mine.
Excuse me, that's mine.
13. 提出要求，请求帮助。我可以请您帮个忙吗？
Do you mind if I ask you a favor?
Do you mind if I ask you a favor?
能帮把手吗？
Would you give me a hand?
Would you give me a hand?
对不起，
I'm sorry to bother you.
I'm sorry to bother you.
乐意为您效劳。
I'll be glad to.
I'll be glad to.
我可不可以让我
Could I possibly...
Could I possibly,
如果可以的话，
If you'd like...
if you'd like,
请您把糖拿过来行吗？
Could you pass the sugar, please?
could you pass the sugar, please?
给，
Here you are.
Here you are.
请做这个。
Please do this.
Please do this.
您能开车送我到那家店吗？
Would you drive me to the store?
Would you drive me to the store?
您能帮我找到 ABC 饭店的电话号码吗？
Would you help me find the number for the ABC Hotel?
Would you help me find the number for the ABC Hotel?
我不知道怎么填这张表。
I don't know how to fill out this form.
I don't know how to fill out this form.
告诉我为什么。
Tell me why.
Tell me why.
能借用一下你的钢笔吗？
May I borrow your pen?
May I borrow your pen?
有笔吗？
Do you have a pen?
Do you have a pen?
能借给我$10吗？
Can you lend me $10?
Can you lend me $10?
您能给我打个电话吗？
Would you give me a call?
Would you give me a call?
你今天晚上如果能给我打个电话的话，我将非常感激。
I'd appreciate it if you could call me tonight.
I'd appreciate it if you could call me tonight.
请关小点声。
Please turn it down.
Please turn it down.
等我回来。
Wait here until I get back.
Wait here until I get back.
劳驾。
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
喂，你。
Hello there.
Hello there.
喂，
Hey!
Hey,
你有空吗？
Do you have time?
do you have time?
我想求你那件事行吗？
Can I ask you a favor?
Can I ask you a favor?
我想打听点事儿。
May I ask you something?
May I ask you something?
对不起，打断一下可以吗？
Sorry for interrupting.
Sorry for interrupting.
你猜怎么着？
Guess what?
Guess what?
对不起，我认错人了。
Sorry, I mistook you for someone else.
Sorry, I mistook you for someone else.
我能用一下您的电话吗？
May I use your phone?
May I use your phone?
教导，我该怎么做呢？
How should I do it?
How should I do it?
你该这么做。
This is the way you should do it.
This is the way you should do it.
这样的话会很顺利。
It'll do the trick.
It'll do the trick.
这样看上去好一些。
This looks better.
This looks better.
我用自己的办法做。
I'll do it my own way.
I'll do it my own way.
像这样，
Like this?
Like this?
像什么？
Like what?
Like what?
很简单，
It's easy.
It's easy.
简单的不得了。
Just like that.
Just like that.
有点难哦，
It's a little hard.
It's a little hard.
很复杂哟。
It's complicated.
It's complicated.
首先应该做这个。
This is the first thing to do.
This is the first thing to do.
你掉了这个，
You drop this.
You dropped this.
我想这是你丢的吧？
I think you dropped this.
I think you dropped this.
这是你的吗？
Is this yours?
Is this yours?
这不是你的吗？
Isn't this yours?
Isn't this yours?
是我的，
It's mine.
It's mine.
我的钱包丢了。
I've lost my wallet.
I've lost my wallet.
这下可麻烦了。
I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
提议，要我帮忙吗？要我帮你拿吗？
May I help?
May I help?
决定之前再好好考虑考虑。
Think twice before you decide.
Think twice before you decide.
这个怎么样？
How about this one?
How about this one?
我提个建议。
I want to make a suggestion.
I want to make a suggestion.
我们走近道吧。
Let's take a shortcut.
Let's take a shortcut.
咱们逃学吧。
Let's play hooky.
Let's play hooky.
我们打电话请个病假吧。
Let's call in sick.
Let's call in sick.
玩扑克吧。
Let's play cards.
Let's play cards.
我有个主意。
I have an idea.
I have an idea.
这样怎么样？
Tell you what.
Tell you what.
让我考虑一下。
Let me think for a moment.
Let me think for a moment.
你好好想想看。
Just think about it.
Just think about it.
你该剪剪你的头发了。
You should get a haircut.
You should get a haircut.
你也一起来吧。
Won't you join us?
Won't you join us?
你有什么建议吗？
What do you suggest?
What do you suggest?
打赌？
Want to make a bet?
Wanna make a bet?
我建议你坐出租车去。
I suggest you take a taxi.
I suggest you take a taxi.
接受请求和建议。有事儿吗？
Yes?
Yes?
有事儿吗？
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
可以。什么事儿？
Sure. What is it?
Sure. What is it?
有什么问题吗？
Any problems?
Any problems?
怎么了？
What's the matter?
What's the matter?
当然，
Of course.
Of course.
没问题，没关系。
No problem.
No problem.
这是谁的主意？
Whose idea is it?
Whose idea is it?
好的，谢谢。
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
是的，拜托您了。
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
您请，
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
您先请。
After you.
After you.
这是我的荣幸。
My pleasure.
My pleasure.
当然，
Why not?
Why not?
没关系，
No, not at all.
No, not at all.
这就做。
I will.
I will.
明白，
Got it.
Got it.
不用多说了。
Say no more.
Say no more.
就像在自己家里一样。
Make yourself at home.
Make yourself at home.
很高兴为您效劳。
I'd be happy to help you.
I'd be happy to help you.
遵命，
Certainly.
Certainly.
照您说的做。
Whatever you say.
Whatever you say.
为您做什么都行。
Anything for you.
Anything for you.
交给我吧，
I'll take care of it.
I'll take care of it.
算我一个。
Count me in.
Count me in.
剩下的就交给我。
I'll do the rest.
I'll do the rest.
就这么着，说好了。
Deal.
Deal.
不管发生什么，我也要做。
I'll do it no matter what.
I'll do it no matter what.
这相当简单。
It's quite easy.
It's quite easy.
那算不了什么。
It's nothing.
It's nothing.
那太好了。
That would be great.
That would be great.
行吗？
Would you?
Would you?
好吧。
You're on.
You're on.
如果不给您添麻烦的话，
If you don't mind.
If you don't mind.
随时为您效劳。
Anytime.
Anytime.
什么都行。
Anything.
Anything.
那我们做吧。
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
满足你的希望。
Your wish is my command.
Your wish is my command.
那个可以。
That will do.
That will do.
什么都可以。
Anything will do.
Anything'll do.
哪儿都行。
Anywhere will do.
Anywhere'll do.
足够了。
That'll be enough.
That'll be enough.
什么事儿？
What's it about?
What's it about?
能告诉我您的电话号码吗？
May I have your phone number?
May I have your phone number?
拒绝请求和建议。我希望可以，但是
I wish I could, but...
I wish I could, but...
我不愿意。
I won't.
I won't.
不，谢谢。
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
我想不行。
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
我不要。
I don't want it.
I don't want it.
真的不要。
I really don't want it.
I really don't want it.
真抱歉，我不能帮助你。
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
我反对他的建议。
I'm against his proposal.
I'm against his proposal.
我很乐意，可我帮不了你。
I wish I could help you, but I can't.
I wish I could help you, but I can't.
那事儿我使不上劲儿。
I can't do anything about it.
I can't do anything about it.
我无法满足你的愿望。
I can't make that happen.
I can't make that happen.
我没那份心情。
I'm not in the mood.
I'm not in the mood.
很遗憾，我现在有件急事儿。
I'm afraid I've got urgent business now.
I'm afraid I've got urgent business now.
我有别的事儿。
I have other business to take care of.
I have other business to take care of.
对不起，我现在正忙着呢。
I'm sorry, but I'm busy just now.
I'm sorry, but I'm busy just now.
对不起，我有急事儿。
I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
现在不行。
Not right now.
Not right now.
我就算了吧。
Count me out.
Count me out.
如果可以的话，最好不。
I'd rather not.
I'd rather not.
够了，够了，
Enough.
Enough.
已经足够了。
I've had enough.
I've had enough.
很遗憾，今天我不太方便。
Unfortunately, it's not convenient for me today.
Unfortunately, it's not convenient for me today.
没说到点儿上，离题万里。
That's beside the point.
That's beside the point.
请求同意，做可以吗？
Is it all right if...
Is it all right if...
我可以进来吗？
May I come in?
May I come in?
我可以坐这儿吗？
May I sit here?
May I sit here?
我可以在这儿玩球吗？
May I play catch here?
May I play catch here?
我可以抽烟吗？
Do you mind if I smoke?
Do you mind if I smoke?
这儿可以拍照吗？
Am I allowed to take pictures here?
Am I allowed to take pictures here?
让我看看。
Let me see it.
Let me see it.
我可以借用您的电话吗？
May I use your phone?
May I use your phone?
我可以借用您的卫生间吗？
May I use the bathroom?
May I use the bathroom?
我可以把车停在那儿吗？
Can I park my car there?
Can I park my car there?
我可以看一眼吗？
May I take a look?
May I take a look?
哪儿都可以吗？
You mean any place?
You mean any place?
同意，不同意。行，
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
随你吧。
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
可以，
Sure.
Sure.
行啊。
I'm game.
I'm game.
如果你不介意的话，
If that's all right with you.
If that's all right with you.
如果方便的话，
If it's all right with you.
If it's all right with you.
可以，您请。
Yes, please do.
Yes, please do.
约翰，你可以回家了。
You may go home now, John.
You may go home now, John.
很遗憾，恐怕不行。
I'm afraid not.
I'm afraid not.
最好不要。
I'd rather you didn't.
I'd rather you didn't.
不行，
Not on your life.
Not on your life.
绝不允许。
Over my dead body.
Over my dead body.
不，不行。
Nope.
Nope.
还没有。
Not yet.
Not yet.
现在不行。
Not now.
Not now.
这里不行。
Not here.
Not here.
你不能在这儿吃东西。
You may not eat here.
You may not eat here.
引起注意。看。
Take a look.
Take a look.
听好了。
Listen.
Listen.
别不理我。
Don't ignore me.
Don't ignore me.
看这儿。
Look here.
Look here.
看那儿。
Look at that.
Look at that.
快来看呀。
Come look.
Come, look.
看我。
Look at me.
Look at me.
我听见有什么声音。
I heard something.
I heard something.
我这就去看看。
I'll go and take a look right away.
I'll go and take a look right away.
该你了。
It's your turn.
It's your turn.
14. 商量。吐露秘密。说实话。
As a matter of fact,
As a matter of fact,
别告诉任何人。
don't tell anyone.
don't tell anyone.
我有件事要坦白。
I have a confession.
I have a confession.
我有一个秘密。
I have a secret.
I have a secret.
我把一切告诉你。
I'll fill you in.
I'll fill you in.
我就直说吧。
I'll level with you.
I'll level with you.
我知道的大概就是这些。
That is about all I know.
That is about all I know.
我们关起门来在这儿说，我们私下里说。
This is just between you and me.
This is just between you and me.
这是一个秘密。
It's a secret.
It's a secret.
我告诉你一个秘密。
Let me tell you a secret.
Let me tell you a secret.
他不能保守秘密。
He can't keep a secret.
He can't keep a secret.
你的嘴不严。
You've got a big mouth.
You've got a big mouth.
我不敢对我的老板说。
I don't have the guts to say that to my boss.
I don't have the guts to say that to my boss.
听小道消息说。
A little bird told me.
A little bird told me.
我什么都没说。
I didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything.
无意中说漏了嘴。
It was a slip of the tongue.
It was a slip of the tongue.
我一个字都不说出去。
I won't say a word.
I won't say a word.
约定。我保证。
I promise.
I promise.
我不能保证。
I can't promise.
I can't promise.
一定。
Will do.
Will do.
我发誓。
I swear.
I swear.
请相信我。
Trust me.
Trust me.
说到就得做到。
A promise is a promise.
A promise is a promise.
15. 各种各样的问题。这是什么味儿？
What's that smell?
What's that smell?
什么声音？
What's that noise?
What's that noise?
这是排什么的队？
What is this line for?
What is this line for?
打什么鬼主意呢？
What are you up to?
What are you up to?
我可以问一个问题吗？
May I ask you a question?
May I ask you a question?
Drowsy 是什么意思？
What does drowsy mean?
What does drowsy mean?
这是什么？
What's this?
What's this?
那是什么？
What's that?
What's that?
这是谁的？
Who does this belong to?
Who does this belong to?
哪一个？
Which one?
Which one?
这叫什么？
What's it called?
What's it called?
这是什么礼物？
What did you get for me?
What did you get for me?
去哪儿啊？
Where are you headed?
Where are you headed?
比如说，
For example,
For example,
隔多长时间
how often?
how often?
？USA 是什么的缩写？
What does USA stand for?
What does USA stand for?
多长？
How long?
How long?
多早？
How early?
How early?
暑假什么时候开始？
When does summer break start?
When does summer break start?
开学典礼是哪天？
When was the opening ceremony?
When was the opening ceremony?
你知道这个生词的意思吗？
Do you know the meaning of this word?
Do you know the meaning of this word?
这个词怎么发音？
How do you pronounce this word?
How do you pronounce this word?
A 和 B 之间有什么区别？
What's the difference between A and B?
What's the difference between A and B?
第4章，表现感情的短句。16，高兴时，欣喜。我很高兴，我很幸福，
I'm happy.
I'm happy.
我高兴极了。
I'm so happy.
I'm so happy.
吆喝，
Yahoo!
Yahoo!
哇，太棒了，好家伙！
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
哇呀，棒极了！
Wow!
Wow!
哇，棒极了！
Yeah!
Yeah!
哈哈，太棒了！
Whoopee!
Whoopee!
听到这消息，我很高兴，
I'm glad to hear it.
I'm glad to hear it.
谢天谢地，
I'm glad that
I'm glad that.
感觉好极了。
I feel like $1 million.
I feel like $1,000,000.
我从没有这么高兴过。
I've never been this happy.
I've never been this happy.
真是个好消息。
That's good news.
That's good news.
那太棒了，太好了，
What fun.
What fun.
舒服极了。
I feel great.
I feel great.
我今天的心情很好，
I'm in a good mood today.
I'm in a good mood today.
我期待着今年的夏天。
I'm looking forward to this summer.
I'm looking forward to this summer.
今天你看上去很高兴啊，
You look happy today.
You look happy today.
高兴得飘飘欲仙。
I'm walking on air.
I'm walking on air.
我高兴地跳了起来。
I jumped for joy.
I jumped for joy.
这简直不敢让人相信。
This is too good to be true.
This is too good to be true.
没有比这更让人高兴的了。
Nothing could be more wonderful.
Nothing could be more wonderful.
你使我感觉到了幸福。
You made me happy.
You made me happy.
成功了，
I made it.
I made it.
你干得不错，
You did it.
You did it.
真运气。
Lucky.
Lucky.
你的运气真好，
I lucked out today.
I lucked out today.
你真走运。
It's your lucky day.
It's your lucky day.
感谢上帝，谢天谢地。
Thank heavens.
Thank heavens.
我中头彩了，
I hit the jackpot.
I hit the jackpot.
只是运气好。
I was just lucky.
I was just lucky.
美梦成真，
It's a dream come true.
It's a dream come true.
真幸运呀！
Talk about luck.
Talk about luck.
就是这个，
This is it.
This is it.
就这么定了。
It's settled.
It's settled.
听起来不错，
Sounds great.
Sounds great.
真不错。
Looks great.
Looks great.
放心啊，可以松口气了。
What a relief.
What a relief.
吓我一跳。
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised.
好了，这下放心了。哟，啊，
Ah.
听这么一说，我就放心了。
I felt relieved to hear that.
I felt relieved to hear that.
终于到了，
Here we are at last.
Here we are at last.
可算摆脱了。
Good riddance.
Good riddance.
17. 生气时、不满和牢骚时。啊，呸！真见鬼！
Oh, heck.
Oh, heck.
什么？
Shucks.
Shucks.
真见鬼！
Shoot.
Shoot.
他妈的！
Shit.
Shit.
啊，糟了！
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
有的事是行不通的。
Not everything is logical.
Not everything is logical.
全都浪费了。
It went down the drain.
It went down the drain.
就差那么一点儿。
I almost made it.
I almost made it.
想点办法吧。
Do something.
Do something.
我忙得要命，
I'm so busy.
I'm so busy.
这项工作对我来说太重了。
This task is too much for me.
This task is too much for me.
这么点薪水，我怎么够活呀？
I can't make ends meet on my small salary.
I can't make ends meet on my small salary.
我再也忍不下去了。
This is the last straw.
This is the last straw.
你的答复我接受不了。
Your response is unacceptable.
Your response is unacceptable.
我不满意他的回答。
I'm not satisfied with his answer.
I'm not satisfied with his answer.
他今天一副挑衅的样子。
He's got a chip on his shoulder today.
He's got a chip on his shoulder today.
公平点儿，
Play fair.
Play fair.
多费时费钱呀。
What a waste of time and money.
What a waste of time and money.
你太慷慨了。
You're too generous.
You're too generous.
他把一切都告诉了我。
He told me all about it.
He told me all about it.
怎么花这么长时间？
What's taking so long?
What's taking so long?
10分钟怎么也来不及。
I can't make it in 10 minutes.
I can't make it in 10 minutes.
他看不起我。
He looks down on me.
He looks down on me.
你什么忙也帮不了。
You're good for nothing.
You're good for nothing.
简直快让我疯了。
It drives me crazy.
It drives me crazy.
就这些吗？
Is that all?
Is that all?
这太少了，这不够。
That's not enough.
That's not enough.
他对我不公平。
He's unfair to me.
He's unfair to me.
发怒，别再辩解了。
No more excuses.
No more excuses.
我不想再听你的辩解了。
I've heard enough of your excuses.
I've heard enough of your excuses.
我不想听任何解释。
I don't want to hear any excuses.
I don't want to hear any excuses.
这样也解释不通呀。
That's not a good excuse.
That's not a good excuse.
你到底在想什么呢？
What's the big idea?
What's the big idea?
别给我开空头支票。
Don't give me any lip service.
Don't give me any lip service.
你少命令我。
Don't tell me what to do.
Don't tell me what to do.
气疯了我了。
I'm mad.
I'm mad.
那真讨厌。
That's disgusting.
That's disgusting.
你真让我心烦。
You're getting on my nerves.
You're getting on my nerves.
别取笑我。
Don't make fun of me.
Don't make fun of me.
请别上火。
Don't be upset.
Don't be upset.
我再也没耐心了。
I've run out of patience.
I've run out of patience.
你放肆。
What nerve!
What nerve!
你竟有脸说这种事儿。
How impudent you are to say such a thing.
How impudent you are to say such a thing.
他说的话多气人呀。
What he says offends me.
What he says offends me.
我们得反击。
We've got to get even.
We've got to get even.
我又不是不懂。
I wasn't born yesterday.
I wasn't born yesterday.
别把我当傻瓜。
Don't think you can make a fool out of me.
Don't think you can make a fool out of me.
你拿我开涮呐。
You're making fun of me.
You're making fun of me.
真是狮子大开口。
That's asking too much.
That's asking too much.
他是急脾气。
He has a quick temper.
He has a quick temper.
你知道你是在对谁说话吗？
Who do you think you're talking to?
Who do you think you're talking to?
你有什么要说的吗？
Do you have anything to say?
Do you have anything to say?
我不能让你随心所欲。
I won't let you have your own way.
I won't let you have your own way.
这是恐吓。
That's blackmail.
That's blackmail.
你别侮辱人。
Don't insult me.
Don't insult me.
你是个卑鄙的骗子。
You're a filthy liar.
You're a filthy liar.
你会后悔的。
You'll be sorry.
You'll be sorry.
你疯了。
Are you crazy?
Are you crazy?
别用那种眼神看着我。
Don't look at me like that.
Don't look at me like that.
我要报复。
I want to get even with him.
I want to get even with him.
那个狡猾卑鄙的家伙。
That sneaky low-life creep.
That sneaky, low-life creep.
不是。
Is not.
Is not.
是的。
Is to.
Is to.
随便吧。
Have it your way.
Have it your way.
厌烦。真无聊。
It's boring.
It's boring.
真没意思。
Dull.
Dull.
毫无价值。不值一提。
It's for the birds.
It's for the birds.
我不感兴趣。
I'm not interested.
I'm not interested.
没什么了不起的。
It's nothing great.
It's nothing great.
我不满意。
I'm not satisfied.
I'm not satisfied.
就是常见的那种会议。
It was just another meeting.
It was just another meeting.
我不能专心工作。
I can't get into my work.
I can't get into my work.
那早过时了。
It's outdated.
It's outdated.
拜托，
Give me a break.
Give me a break.
我忍受不了。
I can't stand it.
I can't stand it.
够了，
That's enough.
That's enough.
饶了我吧。
Have a heart.
Have a heart.
越听越烦。
The more I hear about it, the more disgusted I get.
The more I hear about it, the more disgusted I get.
他又来了。
There she goes again.
There she goes again.
哦，真烦。
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
我不想听。
I don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it.
这次又是什么？
Now what?
Now what?
驳斥，闭嘴，
Shut up.
Shut up.
别指手画脚。
Don't be a backseat driver.
Don't be a backseat driver.
别大声嚷嚷，
Stop shouting.
Stop shouting.
别抱怨了，
Stop complaining.
Stop complaining.
安静点儿行不行？
Calm down, will you?
Calm down, will you?
唠叨什么呀？
Stop nagging.
Stop nagging.
别再啰嗦了，
Get off my back.
Get off my back.
别跟我顶嘴，
Don't talk back to me.
Don't talk back to me.
多嘴，
Big mouth.
Big mouth.
离我远点儿，
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone.
没你的事儿。
None of your business.
None of your business.
谁问你了？
Who asked you?
Who asked you?
现在不能跟你说，
I can't talk to you now.
I can't talk to you now.
我不需要你的帮助。
I don't need your help.
I don't need your help.
给我出去，
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
别让我看见你，
Get out of my face.
Get out of my face.
躲开，
Back off.
Back off.
别打扰我。
Don't bother me.
Don't bother me.
你想把我轰走吗？
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Are you trying to get rid of me?
责备，骗子，
Liar.
Liar.
那是瞎说，
That's a lie.
That's a lie.
别骗我，
Don't lie to me.
Don't lie to me.
别开玩笑，
Stop joking.
Stop joking.
你开玩笑也该适可而止。
I've had enough of your nonsense.
I've had enough of your nonsense.
别捉弄人，
Stop putting us on.
Stop putting us on.
别干那种傻事，
Don't act stupid.
Don't act stupid.
别说傻话，
Don't be silly.
Don't be silly.
那也太蠢了。
That's stupid.
That's stupid.
别逗了，
Don't pull my leg.
Don't pull my leg.
收回你说过的话，
Take it back.
Take it back.
我不想再听你说的谎话。
I don't want to hear any more of your lies.
I don't want to hear any more of your lies.
你在编故事吗？
Did you make up a story?
Did you make up a story?
搞什么鬼？
Phony.
Phony.
别装傻，
Don't play dumb.
Don't play dumb.
你在骗我呢吧？
You tricked me.
You tricked me.
你骗人的把戏可蒙不了我。
None of your tricks will work on me.
None of your tricks will work on me.
吵骂，胆小鬼，
You coward.
You coward.
人无完人，
Nobody's perfect.
Nobody's perfect.
小气鬼，
Stingy.
Stingy.
你这混蛋，
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
饭桶，
You asshole.
混账，天哪！
Christ!
Christ.
你这畜生，
You beast!
You beast.
野丫头，
You tomboy!
You tomboy.
滑头的家伙，
You sly dog!
You sly dog.
同性恋，
Fag!
Fag.
丑八怪，
Hey, ugly!
Hey, ugly.
肥猪，
Fatso!
Fatso.
矬子，
Shorty!
Shorty.
忘恩负义的家伙，
What an ungrateful man!
What an ungrateful man.
你这下流批，
You lowlife!
You lowlife.
别硬装酷了。
Stop trying to be cool!
Stop trying to be cool.
使人镇静，镇静些，
Calm down!
Calm down.
别紧张，
Take it easy!
Take it easy.
何必当真了呢？
Don't get so uptight!
Don't get so uptight.
放松点儿，
Don't be so stiff!
Don't be so stiff.
放松点儿，
Kick back!
Kick back.
不用着急，
Take your time!
Take your time.
别急，
There's no need to rush.
There's no need to rush.
言归于好，我们和好吧。
Let's make up.
Let's make up.
和好了吗？
Did you make up?
Did you make up?
别打了，
Stop fighting.
Stop fighting.
我们就不能好好谈谈吗？
Can't we talk it over?
Can't we talk it over?
你俩要好好相处，
Try to get along.
Try to get along.
过去的事就让它过去吧。
Let's forgive and forget.
Let's forgive and forget.
糟了，让你逮着了，
You've got me.
You've got me.
你输了，
I've beaten you.
I've beaten you.
我无意伤害你，
I didn't mean to hurt you.
I didn't mean to hurt you.
我很想念你，
I missed you.
I missed you.
我是个容易感到寂寞的人，
I get lonely easily.
I get lonely easily.
你们就不能和好吗？
Can't you patch things up?
Can't you patch things up?
18. 悲伤时，失望，真让人失望。
What a disappointment.
What a disappointment.
太遗憾了，
What a pity.
What a pity.
白费力了，
It was a waste of effort.
It was a waste of effort.
白费劲儿，
A wild goose chase.
A wild goose chase.
前功尽弃，
All that for nothing.
All that for nothing.
你真让我失望，
You let me down.
You let me down.
我真失策，
I blew it.
I blew it.
毫无办法，
It can't be helped.
It can't be helped.
纯属浪费时间。
It's a waste of time.
It's a waste of time.
差不多了，
Almost.
Almost.
我感到悲伤，
I feel sad.
I feel sad.
我感到非常痛苦，
I feel really sad.
I feel really sad.
哦天哪，
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
呜呜，
Boo-hoo.
Boo-hoo.
我的心都碎了，
My heart broke.
My heart broke.
我的内心充满了悲伤，
My heart has been filled with grief.
My heart has been filled with grief.
那悲惨的故事使我心情抑郁，
The sad story depressed me.
The sad story depressed me.
真无情，
How ruthless.
How ruthless.
没人能知道我的感受，
No one can understand how I really feel.
No one can understand how I really feel.
寂寞，我感到很寂寞。
I feel lonely.
I feel lonely.
我讨厌孤独。
I hate being alone.
I hate being alone.
我不在乎孤独。
I don't mind being alone.
I don't mind being alone.
我想念你。
I miss you.
I miss you.
我觉得空荡荡的。
I feel empty.
I feel empty.
我的生活很空虚。
My life is empty.
My life is empty.
最终只剩下了我一个人。
Alone at last.
Alone at last.
郁闷，忧郁。我很沮丧。
I'm depressed.
I'm depressed.
我今天感到很忧郁。
I've got the blues today.
I've got the blues today.
这真让人沮丧。
It's depressing.
It's depressing.
雨天使我感到消沉。
Rainy days get me down.
Rainy days get me down.
我提不起精神来做事。
I don't feel like doing anything.
I don't feel like doing anything.
他满脸忧愁。
He looks melancholy.
He looks melancholy.
今天他看上去很郁闷。
He looks gloomy today.
He looks gloomy today.
断念，绝望。放弃了，投降了。
I give up.
I give up.
没法子。
I can't help it.
I can't help it.
没戏。
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
毫无办法。
That's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes.
毫无线索。
I have no clue.
I have no clue.
我认输了。
I'm throwing in the towel.
I'm throwing in the towel.
绝望了。
It's hopeless.
It's hopeless.
总比没有强。
Better than nothing.
Better than nothing.
这就是命运呀。
It was fate.
It was fate.
都已经过去了。
It's history.
It's history.
这可难倒我了。不知道。
It beats me.
It beats me.
除此之外，我别无选择。
I have no other choice but to do so.
I have no other choice but to do so.
我已经不再留恋这个公司了。
I no longer feel devoted to this company.
I no longer feel devoted to this company.
果不其然。
That figures.
That figures.
正如我所想象的那样。
It is just as I imagined.
It is just as I imagined.
瞧，我早跟你说过吧。
See, didn't I tell you so?
See, didn't I tell you so?
那是当然的。
Good for you.
Good for you.
报应，活该。
Serves you right.
Serves you right.
很难说，世事难料。
You never know.
You never know.
不足为奇，没什么奇怪的。
No wonder.
No wonder.
难怪。
That's why.
That's why.
后悔，我真不该那样。
I shouldn't have done it.
I shouldn't have done it.
我要是不说那话就好了。
I shouldn't have said that.
I shouldn't have said that.
我早该知道了。
I should have known.
I should have known.
做那种事儿，我也太不小心了。
It was careless of me to do so.
It was careless of me to do so.
我后悔我做的事儿。
I regret doing that.
I regret doing that.
我别无选择。
I had no choice.
I had no choice.
我做的太过了。
I went too far.
I went too far.
我太紧张了。
I was too nervous.
I was too nervous.
我要是再用功点儿就好了。
I wish I had studied harder.
I wish I had studied harder.
我要是问他一下就好了。
I should have asked him.
I should have asked him.
不留神给忘了。
It slipped my mind.
It slipped my mind.
19. 喜欢讨厌时，我喜欢。
I like it.
I like it.
我最喜爱吃比萨饼。
I love pizza.
I love pizza.
我喜欢这套衣服。
I like this dress.
I like this dress.
你满意你的新车吗？
Are you pleased with your new car?
Are you pleased with your new car?
我喜欢这茶。
I'm fond of this tea.
I'm fond of this tea.
比起咖啡来，我更喜欢红茶。
I prefer tea to coffee.
I prefer tea to coffee.
我对上瘾。
I'm hooked on.
I'm hooked on.
我喜欢喝西红柿汤。
Tomato soup is my cup of tea.
Tomato soup is my cup of tea.
我非常喜欢吃日本食品。
I've developed a great liking for Japanese food.
I've developed a great liking for Japanese food.
我这个人很挑剔。
I'm choosy.
I'm choosy.
我开始喜欢吃寿司了。
I came to like sushi.
I came to like sushi.
简越来越让我喜欢。
Jane has grown on me.
Jane has grown on me.
棒球越来越吸引我了。
Baseball grew on me.
Baseball grew on me.
看上去挺好玩的。
This'll be fun.
This will be fun.
真令人兴奋。
This is exciting.
This is exciting.
我很感兴趣。
I'm interested.
I'm interested.
我很满足。
I'm satisfied.
I'm satisfied.
我很欣赏它。
I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it.
我被深深地感动了。
I was deeply moved.
I was deeply moved.
我不喜欢这个。
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
我最讨厌这个了。
I hate it.
I hate it.
这个真恶心。
This is disgusting.
This is disgusting.
去，
Yuck.
Yuck.
臭死了。
P.U.
P.U.
我不喜欢你的这种态度。
It's your attitude I don't like.
It's your attitude I don't like.
我对他恨之入骨。
I hate his guts.
I hate his guts.
我不喜欢。
I don't care for it.
I don't care for it.
看见他就心烦。
I can't stand him.
I can't stand him.
别再有第二次。
Never again.
Never again.
我已经受够了。
I've had it.
I've had it.
20. 安慰时，担心、惦念。你怎么了？
What's the matter?
What's the matter?
你没事儿吧？
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
到底怎么回事？
What's going on?
What's going on?
你有什么心事儿吗？
Is something on your mind?
Is something on your mind?
我担心你。
I was worried about you.
I was worried about you.
请不要特地为我。
Please don't go out of your way.
Please don't go out of your way.
你怎么那么严肃？
You look serious.
You look serious.
你今天看上去很悲伤。
You look sad today.
You look sad today.
你今天怎么满脸的不高兴？
You don't look very happy today.
You don't look very happy today.
你怎么闷闷不乐的呀？
Why are you so glum?
Why are you so glum?
你看起来很疲惫。
You look exhausted.
You look exhausted.
你该休息一会儿。
You need a break.
You need a break.
你今天有点不大对劲儿。
Something is wrong with you today.
Something is wrong with you today.
谁让你烦躁了？
Who are you irritated with?
Who are you irritated with?
你太紧张。
You're nervous.
You're nervous.
同情，听到这事儿我很难过。
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
真不走运。
That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
常有的事儿。
It happens.
It happens.
这是常见的错误。
It's a common mistake.
It's a common mistake.
那你肯定很难受吧？
It must be tough for you.
It must be tough for you.
啊，真可怜。
Oh, poor thing.
Oh, poor thing.
我理解你的心情。
I know how you feel.
I know how you feel.
安慰，别在意。
Never mind.
Never mind.
太遗憾了。
What bad luck.
What bad luck.
没事儿，
That's all right.
That's all right.
别责备自己了。
Don't blame yourself.
Don't blame yourself.
这不是你的错。
It's not your fault.
It's not your fault.
常有的事儿。
It happens.
It happens.
这种事儿谁都会遇到。
It happens to the best of us.
It happens to the best of us.
不必为那事儿烦恼。
There's no need to worry about it.
There's no need to worry about it.
别想得太多。
Don't give it another thought.
Don't give it another thought.
没办法呀。
It can't be helped.
It can't be helped.
我不想给您添麻烦。
I don't want to put you out.
I don't want to put you out.
这算什么呀？
This is nothing.
This is nothing.
多糟糕呀！
How terrible.
How terrible.
别小题大做。
No big deal.
No big deal.
这还算好的呢。
I've seen worse.
I've seen worse.
别那么自暴自弃。
Don't feel so bad about yourself.
Don't feel so bad about yourself.
真遗憾。
What a pity.
What a pity.
总会有办法的。
It'll work out.
It'll work out.
他只是有点心烦。
She's just upset.
She's just upset.
鼓励。别哭了。
Don't cry.
Don't cry.
擦擦眼泪。
Wipe your tears.
Wipe your tears.
振作起来。
Cheer up.
Cheer up.
尽你最大努力。
Do your best.
Do your best.
勇敢点儿。
Go for it.
Go for it.
我们会给你们队助威的。
We'll cheer for your team.
We'll cheer for your team.
下次再努力吧。
Try harder next time.
Try harder next time.
别松劲儿。
Hang in there.
Hang in there.
别认输。别放弃。
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
你可以的。
You can do it.
You can do it.
你得看到事情好的一面。
Look on the bright side.
Look on the bright side.
别看得那么严重。
Don't take it too seriously.
Don't take it too seriously.
别灰心。
Keep your chin up.
Keep your chin up.
只要你想做，你就一定能做得到。
You can do anything if you really want to.
You can do anything if you really want to.
这是一个机会。
There's a chance.
There's a chance.
担心解决不了任何问题。
Worrying about it won't solve anything.
Worrying about it won't solve anything.
振作起来，杰克。
Get it together, Jack.
Get it together, Jack.
试试看。
Just try it.
Just try it.
试着做做。
Try and do it.
Try and do it.
再试一遍。
Try again.
Try again.
别害怕。
Don't be a chicken.
Don't be a chicken.
让我们面对现实。
Let's face it.
Let's face it.
我们得让他振作起来。
Let's cheer him up.
Let's cheer him up.
我祝你成功。
I wish you success.
I wish you success.
应当面对他说。
Tell him to his face.
Tell him to his face.
我是认真的。
I'm serious.
I'm serious.
这是真的呀。
Take my word for it.
Take my word for it.
请相信。
You'd better believe it.
You'd better believe it.
我敢肯定。
I'm sure of it.
I'm sure of it.
听起来也许奇怪，但那是真的。
It may sound strange, but it's true.
It may sound strange, but it's true.
我是无辜的。
I'm innocent.
I'm innocent.
21. 怀疑时。真的？
Really?
Really?
你是认真的吗？
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
开玩笑呢吧？
Are you joking?
Are you joking?
我怀疑。
I doubt it.
I doubt it.
听起来可疑。
It sounds fishy to me.
It sounds fishy to me.
我不信他的话。
I won't buy that story.
I won't buy that story.
你认为他是当真的吗？
Do you think she's serious?
Do you think she's serious?
我不把他的话太当真。
I don't take him too seriously.
I don't take him too seriously.
我不相信他。
I don't believe him.
I don't believe him.
有这么好的事儿？
It's too good to be true.
It's too good to be true.
22. 为难时该怎么办呢？
I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
我该怎么办？
What am I supposed to do?
What am I supposed to do?
这下可麻烦了。
We're in trouble.
We are in trouble.
那很麻烦。
It's a hassle.
It's a hassle.
这真是个难题。
It's really a difficult problem.
It's really a difficult problem.
我不知道说什么才好。
I don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say.
这下可难住我了。
You got me.
You got me.
他特招人讨厌。
He's a nuisance.
He's a nuisance.
自作自受。
You asked for it.
You asked for it.
哎呦，
Oops.
Oops.
哦，不，
Oh no.
Oh, no.
这正是难点。
That's the hard part.
That's the hard part.
我感到内疚。
I feel guilty.
I feel guilty.
你看来很困惑。
You look puzzled.
You look puzzled.
那个念头总是萦绕着我。
The idea haunts me.
The idea haunts me.
23. 不感兴趣时，怎么都行。
I don't care.
I don't care.
管他呢，
Who cares?
Who cares?
随便你。
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
谁知道呢？
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
这跟我没关系。
It has nothing to do with me.
It has nothing to do with me.
我才不在乎呢。
I couldn't care less.
I couldn't care less.
没人注意你。
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
随他们去呢。
Let it be.
Let it be.
我才不在乎他们说什么呢。
I don't care what they say.
I don't care what they say.
哪个都行。
Anyone will do.
Anyone will do.
没他我们也可以。
We can do without him.
We can do without him.
我没什么特别要说的。
I've got nothing special to talk about.
I've got nothing special to talk about.
无所谓。
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
这又不是什么新鲜事儿。
It's the same old story.
It's the same old story.
24. 害羞时，我不好意思。
I'm shy.
I'm shy.
我为自己感到惭愧。
I'm ashamed of myself.
I'm ashamed of myself.
真恬不知耻。
How shameful.
How shameful.
你真丢脸。
Shame on you.
Shame on you.
25. 吃惊时，难以置信。
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
我吃了一惊。
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised.
我很震惊。
I'm shocked.
I'm shocked.
太让人吃惊了。
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
真的？
Really?
Really?
你在开玩笑吧？
You're kidding.
You're kidding.
怎么可能？
It can't be.
It can't be.
当真？你肯定？
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
真的很重要。
That's really something.
That's really something.
哎呀，吓死人了！
Oh my.
Oh my.
哎呀呀，
Well, well.
Well, well.
你吓死我了！
You surprised me.
You surprised me.
这怎么可能呢？
You don't say.
You don't say.
永远不可能有那样的事儿。
That'll be the day.
That'll be the day.
震惊，
A great shock.
A great shock.
第一次听说。
That's news to me.
That's news to me.
令人难以想象。
It's mind-boggling.
It's mind-boggling.
糟了，
Gosh.
Gosh.
这条消息真让人吃惊。
We were surprised by the news.
We were surprised by the news.
哇，
Boo.
Boo.
第5章，喜庆悼念中使用的短句。26，祝福，恭喜，
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
恭喜你的订婚，
Congratulations on your engagement.
Congratulations on your engagement.
恭喜你们喜结良缘，
Congratulations on your marriage.
Congratulations on your marriage.
恭喜生子，
Congratulations on the birth of your child.
Congratulations on the birth of your child.
恭喜你考上大学，
Congratulations on entering.
Congratulations on entering.
恭喜高升，
Congratulations on your promotion.
Congratulations on your promotion.
祝贺你康复，
Congratulations on your complete recovery.
Congratulations on your complete recovery.
祝贺你，
Good for you.
Good for you.
我为你而高兴。
I'm really happy for you.
I'm really happy for you.
干杯，
Cheers.
Cheers.
让我们干杯。
Let's make a toast.
Let's make a toast.
为了您的健康，
Here's to your health.
Here's to your health.
我提议，让我们为史密斯先生干杯。
Let me propose a toast to Mr. Smith.
Let me propose a toast to Mr. Smith.
祝您成功。
Break a leg.
Break a leg.
27，吊唁，我对您深表同情。
I sympathize with you.
I sympathize with you.
我们为失去一个这么好的人而感到遗憾。
What a pity we've lost such a great man.
What a pity we've lost such a great man.
我很怀念我的爷爷。
I'm going to miss my grandpa.
I'm going to miss my grandpa.
太不幸了。
That's too bad.
That's too bad.
别太消沉了。
Try not to get depressed.
Try not to get depressed.
这次很麻烦，对吧？
It was terrible this time, wasn't it?
It was terrible this time, wasn't it?
我太难过了。
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
28. 节日、纪念日、新年，祝贺新年。
Here's to the new year.
Here's to the new year.
新年快乐。
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
情人节，情人节快乐。
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
做我的情人吧。
Be my Valentine.
Be my Valentine.
复活节，复活节快乐。
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
母亲节，母亲节快乐。
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
你真是我的好妈妈。
Thanks for being such a good mom.
Thanks for being such a good mom.
万圣节，不请吃就捣蛋。
Trick or treat.
Trick or treat.
感恩节，感恩节快乐。
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
我们吃南瓜排吧。
Let's have pumpkin pie.
Let's have pumpkin pie.
圣诞节，圣诞节快乐。
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
祝您圣诞快乐。
Have a Merry Christmas.
Have a Merry Christmas.
生日，这是送给您的生日礼物。
Here's your birthday gift.
Here's your birthday gift.
生日快乐。
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
结婚纪念日，结婚纪念日快乐。
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
谢谢你陪我共度人生。
Thanks for being in my life.
Thanks for being in my life.
第6章，国外旅游时使用的短句。29，在飞机上，饭店里。在飞机上，您想喝点什么？
What would you like to drink?
What would you like to drink?
请来一杯咖啡。
Coffee, please.
Coffee, please.
要加牛奶和糖吗？
With sugar and cream?
With sugar and cream.
午餐你要牛肉还是要鱼？
What would you like for dinner? Beef or fish?
What would you like for dinner? Beef or fish?
请给我牛肉。
Beef, please.
Beef, please.
您用完了吗？
Have you finished?
Have you finished?
还没有。
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
我可以收走了吗？
May I clear the table?
May I clear the table?
请您收拾一下桌子吧。
Clear the table, please.
Clear the table, please.
您能给我杯水吗？
Can I have some water?
Can I have some water?
您能给我点喝的吗？
Can I have something to drink?
Can I have something to drink?
请给我一条毯子。
A blanket, please.
A blanket, please.
我觉得冷。
I feel cold.
I feel cold.
我觉得热。
I feel hot.
I feel hot.
我觉得恶心。
I feel sick.
I feel sick.
能给我点药吗？
Can I have some medicine?
Can I have some medicine?
您能告诉我怎么填这张表吗？
Could you tell me how to fill out this form?
Could you tell me how to fill out this form?
在机场，请出示您的护照。
May I see your passport, please?
May I see your passport, please?
您在美国停留多长时间？
How long will you be staying in the United States?
How long will you be staying in the United States?
您来旅行的目的？
What's the purpose of your visit?
What's the purpose of your visit?
旅游、
Sightseeing.
Sightseeing.
工作。
Business.
Business.
我是来工作的。
I'm here on business.
I'm here on business.
我是来度假的。
I'm here on vacation.
I'm here on vacation.
您住哪儿？
Where are you staying?
Where are you staying?
有什么需要报关的吗？
Do you have anything to declare?
Do you have anything to declare?
在华盛顿饭店。
At the Washington Hotel.
At the Washington Hotel.
您带了多少现金？
How much money do you have?
How much money do you have?
我有400美金和10万日元。
$400 and 100,000 yen.
$400 and 100,000 yen.
好了，祝您愉快。
Okay, have a nice stay.
Okay, have a nice stay.
我找不着行李了。
I can't find my baggage.
I can't find my baggage.
请马上查一查。
Please check it immediately.
Please check it immediately.
找到后，请马上把我的行李送到饭店。
Please deliver the baggage to my hotel as soon as you have located it.
Please deliver the baggage to my hotel as soon as you have located it.
我想确认一下我的机票。
I'd like to reconfirm my flight.
I'd like to reconfirm my flight.
日本航空公司的柜台在哪儿？
Where's the Japan Airlines counter?
Where is the Japan Airlines counter?
登机口在哪儿？
Where is the boarding gate?
Where is the boarding gate?
什么时候开始登机？
What time do you start boarding?
What time do you start boarding?
这个航班开始登机了吗？
Has this flight begun boarding?
Has this flight begun boarding?
几点到东京？
What time will we arrive in Tokyo?
What time will we arrive in Tokyo?
在饭店的服务台。今天晚上有空房间吗？
Is there a room available for tonight?
Is there a room available for tonight?
我预订了一个房间。
I reserved a room for tonight.
I reserved a room for tonight.
请办入住手续。
Check in, please.
Check in, please.
请帮我拿一下行李。
Take my baggage, please.
Take my baggage, please.
请给我809房间的钥匙。
I'd like a key to room 809, please.
I'd like a key to room 809, please.
餐厅在哪儿？
Where is the dining room?
Where is the dining room?
餐厅几点开门？
What time does the dining room open?
What time does the dining room open?
几点吃早饭？
What time can I have breakfast?
What time can I have breakfast?
我在哪儿可以买到啤酒？
Where can I get some beer?
Where can I get some beer?
我可以把贵重物品存这儿吗？
Can you keep my valuables?
Can you keep my valuables?
我想把日元换成美金。
Yen to dollars, please.
Yen to dollars, please.
请换成现金。
Cash, please.
Cash, please.
您能帮我把旅行支票换成现金吗？
Could you cash this traveler's check for me?
Could you cash this traveler's check for me?
请帮我把这100美元换成5张20美元的。
Would you exchange this $100 bill with 5 20s?
Would you exchange this $100 bill with 5 20s?
有人会说日语吗？
Does anyone speak Japanese?
Does anyone speak Japanese?
有给我的留言吗？
Are there any messages for me?
Are there any messages for me?
我办退房手续。
Check out, please.
Check out, please.
这是我房间的钥匙。
Here's my room key.
Here's my room key.
我没用电话。
I didn't make any phone calls.
I didn't make any phone calls.
这是您的账单。
Here's your bill.
Here's your bill.
能帮我叫一辆出租车吗？
Could you call a taxi for me?
Could you call a taxi for me?
客房服务，请提供客房服务。
Room service, please.
Room service, please.
请提供较早服务。
A wake-up call, please.
A wake-up call, please.
我可以借一下吹风机吗？
Can I borrow a hairdryer?
Can I borrow a hairdryer?
请送一壶咖啡。
Please bring me a pot of coffee.
Please bring me a pot of coffee.
请提供洗衣服务。
Laundry service, please.
Laundry service, please.
什么时候能弄好？
When will it be ready?
When will it be ready?
请告诉我您的房间号码。
Your room number, please.
Your room number, please.
501房间。
This is room 501.
This is room 501.
请进。
Come in.
Come in.
在饭店遇到困难时，没有热水，
There is no hot water.
There is no hot water.
隔壁太吵了，
The room next door is noisy.
The room next door is noisy.
我能再要一把房间钥匙吗？
Could I possibly have another room key?
Could I possibly have another room key?
我把钥匙忘在房间里了。
I locked myself out.
I locked myself out.
我被锁在外面了。
I'm locked out.
I'm locked out.
我房间的电视不能看。
The TV doesn't work in my room.
The TV doesn't work in my room.
您能派人给修理一下吗？
Could you send someone to fix it?
Could you send someone to fix it?
请叫位服务员来一下。
Could you send someone up?
Could you send someone up?
30. 走在街上的时候，问路。鞋店在哪儿？
Where's the shoe store?
Where is the shoe store?
对不起，我迷路了。
Excuse me, but I'm lost.
Excuse me, but I'm lost.
我在地图上的什么地方？
Where am I on this map?
Where am I on this map?
这条街叫什么名字？
What's the name of this street?
What's the name of this street?
这附近有邮局吗？
Is there a post office near here?
Is there a post office near here?
去樱花饭店怎么走？
How do I get to the Sakura Hotel?
How do I get to the Sakura Hotel?
从第一个信号灯往右拐。
Turn right at the first traffic light.
Turn right at the first traffic light.
洗手间在哪儿？
Where's the restroom?
Where's the restroom?
在右边。
It's on the right.
Is on the right.
一直走到第二个街区。
Go straight for 2 blocks.
Go straight for 2 blocks.
在左侧拐角那儿就能看见。
You'll see it at the corner on your left.
You'll see it at the corner on your left.
对不起，我也是第一次来这儿。
Sorry, I'm new here too.
Sorry, I'm new here too.
在那家咖啡馆的旁边。
It's next to the coffee shop.
It's next to the coffee shop.
在市政厅的对面。
It's across from City Hall.
It's across from City Hall.
正对着市政厅。
It faces City Hall.
It faces City Hall.
在书店和药店之间。
It's between the bookstore and the drugstore.
It's between the bookstore and the drugstore.
在教堂的这一边。
It's on this side of the church.
It's on this side of the church.
在这条路的尽头。
It's at the end of this street.
It's at the end of this street.
这儿离新宿近吗？
Am I near Shinjuku?
Am I near Shinjuku?
这儿离新宿有多远？
How far is it to Shinjuku?
How far is it to Shinjuku?
要多长时间？
How long will it take?
How long will it take?
5分钟左右。
About 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes.
到那儿远吗？
Is it far?
Is it far?
不远。
Not far.
Not far.
到新宿哪条路最好走？
What's the easiest way to get to Shinjuku?
What's the easiest way to get to Shinjuku?
坐出租车去最容易找到。
The easiest way is to take a taxi.
The easiest way is to take a taxi.
到新宿哪条道最快？
What's the quickest way to get to Shinjuku?
What's the quickest way to get to Shinjuku?
在哪儿可以发信？
Where can I mail this?
Where can I mail this?
在哪儿可以打电话？
Where can I make a phone call?
Where can I make a phone call?
这是条近路吗？
Is this the shortcut?
Is this the shortcut?
乘坐交通工具。请给我一张地铁图。
A subway map, please.
A subway map, please.
售票处在哪儿？
Where's the ticket counter?
Where's the ticket counter?
到新宿多少钱？
How much is the fare to Shinjuku?
How much is the fare to Shinjuku?
150日元。
It's 150 yen.
It's 150 yen.
到新宿我该坐哪趟车？
Which train should I take to Shinjuku?
Which train should I take to Shinjuku?
我该在哪站换车？
Where am I supposed to change?
Where am I supposed to change?
我要到迪洼，在哪儿下车？
Where am I supposed to get off for Ogikubo?
Where am I supposed to get off for Ogikubo?
到新宿换乘 JR 的中央线。
You can change to the JR Chuo line at Shinjuku.
You can change to the JR Chuo line at Shinjuku.
在哪儿能坐上快车？
Where can I catch an express train?
Where can I catch an express train?
到第2站台。
Go to track number 2.
Go to track number 2.
电车多长时间来一趟？
How often do the trains come?
How often do the trains come?
10分钟一趟。
The trains come every 10 minutes.
The trains come every 10 minutes.
下趟快车是几点？
When is the next express?
When is the next express?
到条部的末班车是几点？
What time is the last train to Chofu?
What time is the last train to Chofu?
下趟车是快车吗？
Is the next train an express?
Is the next train an express?
这趟车在条部停吗？
Does this train stop at Chofu?
Does this train stop at Chofu?
从这里数第4站。
It's the 4th stop from here.
It's the 4th stop from here.
下站。
After the next stop.
After the next stop.
到新宿还有几站？
How many stops are there to Shinjuku?
How many stops are there to Shinjuku?
下站是哪儿？
What's the next stop?
What's the next stop?
下站是条部。
The next stop is Chofu.
The next stop is Chofu.
我在哪儿可以打到车？
Where can I get a taxi?
Where can I get a taxi?
出租车站在哪儿？
Where's the taxi stand?
Where's the taxi stand?
请帮我叫辆出租车。
Call me a taxi, please.
Call me a taxi, please.
到市中心得多长时间？
How long does it take to get downtown?
How long does it take to get downtown?
要花多少钱？
How much does it cost?
How much does it cost?
您去哪儿？
Where to?
Where to?
请到华尔街。
To Wall Street, please.
To Wall Street, please.
请到这个地址。
To this address, please.
To this address, please.
我有急事。
I'm in a hurry.
I'm in a hurry.
请走最近的路。
Take the shortest way, please.
Take the shortest way, please.
请您在这儿稍等一下。
Could you wait for me, please?
Could you wait for me, please?
请在这儿停吧。
Stop here, please.
Stop here, please.
您能帮我拿一下行李吗？
Could you help me carry my bag?
Could you help me carry my bag?
到那儿的话要花多少钱？
How much would it cost to get there?
How much would it cost to get there?
公共汽车站在哪儿？
Where's the bus stop?
Where's the bus stop?
有去机场的大巴吗？
Is there a bus to the airport?
Is there a bus to the airport?
美术馆是第几站？
How many stops to the museum?
How many stops to the museum?
下趟到成田机场的车是几点？
When is the next bus to Narita?
When is the next bus to Narita?
这辆车是去机场的吗？
Does this bus go to the airport?
Does this bus go to the airport?
麻烦您到站时告诉我一声。
Could you tell me when to get off?
Could you tell me when to get off?
汽车刚走。
The bus has just left.
The bus has just left.
汽车没有准时来。
The buses don't come on time.
The buses don't come on time.
这儿有人坐吗？
Is this seat taken?
Is this seat taken?
路上是不是很堵车？
Isn't the traffic heavy?
Isn't the traffic heavy?
租车。租车的事儿，我该问谁？
Who should I ask about car rentals?
Who should I ask about car rentals?
我想租辆车。
I'd like to rent a car, please.
I'd like to rent a car, please.
你喜欢什么车型？
What type do you have in mind?
What type do you have in mind?
小型车就可以。
A compact, please.
A compact, please.
有日本车吗？
Do you have any Japanese cars?
Do you have any Japanese cars?
租金是多少？
What's the rental fee?
What's the rental fee?
一天30美金，每公里加20美分。
$30 a day plus 20 cents per mile.
$30 a day plus 20 cents per mile.
你要上保险吗？
Do you want insurance?
Do you want insurance?
我要上全部的保险。
I'd like full insurance.
I'd like full insurance.
我能把车放在
Can I drop off the car in?
Can I drop off the car in?
交通标志进行
No outlet.
No outlet.
禁止停车
No parking.
No parking.
禁止超车
No passing.
No passing.
单行线
One-way street.
One-way street.
十字路口
Road junction.
Road junction.
32在外用餐时，在快餐厅里要一个汉堡和一杯冰茶。
I'd like a hamburger and an iced tea.
I'd like a hamburger and an iced tea.
我要2个热狗。
May I have 2 hot dogs, please?
May I have 2 hot dogs, please?
请加番茄酱和芥末。
With ketchup and mustard, please.
With ketchup and mustard, please.
在这儿吃还是带走？
Will that be for here or to go?
Will that be for here or to go?
您带走吗？
Will that be to go?
Will that be to go?
您是在这儿吃吗？
Will you be eating here?
Will you be eating here?
带走。
To go, please.
To go, please.
在这儿吃。
For here, please.
For here, please.
预订餐馆。这附近您能推荐家好吃的饭馆吗？
Could you recommend a good restaurant near here?
Could you recommend a good restaurant near here?
我想吃意大利菜。
I'd like some Italian food.
I'd like some Italian food.
您推荐哪家饭馆？
Which restaurant do you recommend?
Which restaurant do you recommend?
这附近有墨西哥餐馆吗？
Is there a Mexican restaurant around here?
Is there a Mexican restaurant around here?
最近的墨西哥餐馆在哪儿？
Where is the closest Mexican restaurant?
Where is the closest Mexican restaurant?
这附近有没有还在营业的饭馆？
Are there any restaurants still open near here?
Are there any restaurants still open near here?
我需要预订吗？
Do I need a reservation?
Do I need a reservation?
您好，这是公园餐厅，我可以为您服务吗？
Hello, this is the Park Restaurant. May I help you?
Hello, this is the park restaurant. May I help you?
我想订餐，今天晚上6点，8个人的位子。
I'd like to make a reservation for 8 people at 6 o'clock tonight.
I'd like to make a reservation for 8 people at 6 o'clock tonight.
我们一共8个人。
We are a group of 8.
We are a group of 8.
我想订8个人的餐。
I'd like to reserve a table for 8.
I'd like to reserve a table for 8.
我们能不能要张离乐队近一点的桌子？
Could we have a table close to the band?
Could we have a table close to the band?
对不起，今天晚上都订满了。
I'm sorry, we're all booked up tonight.
I'm sorry, we're all booked up tonight.
要等多长时间？
How long is the wait?
How long is the wait?
我们可以等。
We can wait.
We can wait.
可以预定几点的？
What time can we make a reservation?
What time can we make a reservation?
一直营业到几点？
How late are you open?
How late are you open?
我怎么才能到那儿？
How do I get there?
How do I get there?
可以用信用卡吗？
Do you accept credit cards?
Do you accept credit cards?
一顿饭多少钱？
What is the price of a dinner course?
What is the price of a dinner course?
衣着上有什么规定吗？
What is your dress code?
What is your dress code?
我必须得穿外衣打领带吗？
Should I wear a jacket and tie?
Should I wear a jacket and tie?
女性必须穿礼服吗？
Should the ladies wear dresses?
Should the ladies wear dresses?
请问您几位？
How many in your group?
How many in your group?
2个人。
2.
2.
对不起，我想取消订餐。
I'm sorry, but I have to cancel my reservation.
I'm sorry, but I have to cancel my reservation.
点菜，请给我菜单。
Could I have a menu, please?
Could I have a menu, please?
有日语的菜单吗？
Do you have a menu in Japanese?
Do you have a menu in Japanese?
请给我看一下酒单。
May I see the wine list, please?
May I see the wine list, please?
你们都有些什么葡萄酒？
What kind of wine do you have?
What kind of wine do you have?
点菜吗？您来点点什么？
May I take your order?
May I take your order?
有什么菜可以推荐的吗？
What do you recommend?
What do you recommend?
我想要和那个一样的。
Can I have the same as that?
Can I have the same as that?
我要这个和这个。
I'll take this and this.
I'll take this and this.
您这儿有什么地方风味吗？
Do you have any local specialties?
Do you have any local specialties?
我们可以分别付款吗？
Could we have separate checks?
Could we have separate checks?
我要一个$60的晚餐，包括酒水。
I'd like to have dinner for $60, including drinks.
I'd like to have dinner for $60, including drinks.
我要一份牛排。
I'd like a steak.
I'd like a steak.
我要红葡萄酒。
I'd like some red wine, please.
I'd like some red wine, please.
要几成熟的？
How would you like it?
How would you like it?
烤熟点儿。
Well done, please.
Well done, please.
请做的清淡些。
Can you make it mild?
Can you make it mild?
您用早餐吗？
Are you having breakfast?
Are you having breakfast?
来杯咖啡怎么样？
Would you like some coffee?
Would you like some coffee?
套餐里包括咖啡吗？
Is coffee included with this meal?
Is coffee included with this meal?
请给我来一杯咖啡。
I'd like a cup of coffee, please.
I'd like a cup of coffee, please.
还要别的吗？
Anything else?
Anything else?
够了，就要这些。
That's all for me.
That's all for me.
我没有点这个菜。
I didn't order this.
I didn't order this.
我点的菜还没上。
My order hasn't come yet.
My order hasn't come yet.
饭桌上，我有点饿了。
I'm kind of hungry.
I'm kind of hungry.
我都快饿死了。
I'm starving.
I'm starving.
我渴了。
I'm thirsty.
I'm thirsty.
闻着真香。
It smells good.
It smells good.
我在节食。
I'm on a diet.
I'm on a diet.
看上去真好吃。
This looks great.
This looks great.
看上去都好吃。
They all look good.
They all look good.
我可以吃这个吗？
Can I eat this?
Can I eat this?
你不能吃这个。
You can't eat that.
You can't eat that.
这个好吃吗？
Is this delicious?
Is this delicious?
好吃，
It's good.
It's good.
不好吃。
It's not good.
It's not good.
味道很怪。
This tastes strange.
This tastes strange.
我什么都能吃。
I eat anything.
I eat anything.
别吃太多。
Don't overeat.
Don't overeat.
他真能吃。
He's a big eater.
He's a big eater.
我什么都不想吃。
I don't feel like eating anything.
I don't feel like eating anything.
我是海量。
I drink like a fish.
I drink like a fish.
我酒量小。
I get drunk easily.
I get drunk easily.
我酒量还可以。
I can hold my own.
I can hold my own.
吃蛋糕会发胖。
Cake is fattening.
Cake is fattening.
你喝咖啡吗？
Would you like some coffee?
Would you like some coffee?
请把盐递给我。
Please pass me the salt.
Please pass me the salt.
这是大酱汤。
It's called miso shiru.
It's called miso shiru.
寿司怎么吃啊？
How do you eat sushi?
How do you eat sushi?
你得蘸酱油。
You dip it in soy sauce.
You dip it in soy sauce.
你会用筷子吗？
Can you use chopsticks?
Can you use chopsticks?
这是什么鱼？
What kind of fish is this?
What kind of fish is this?
真辣，
It's spicy.
It's spicy.
真咸，
It's salty.
It's salty.
真甜，
It's sweet.
It's sweet.
真脆，
It's crispy.
It's crispy.
真黏。
It's slimy.
It's slimy.
这咖啡不够热。
This coffee is not hot enough.
This coffee is not hot enough.
面包没烤透。
This bread is soggy.
This bread is soggy.
这土豆片儿变味儿了。
These potato chips are stale.
These potato chips are stale.
这牛奶酸了。
This milk is sour.
This milk is sour.
这咖啡太苦了。
This coffee tastes bitter.
This coffee tastes bitter.
这肉太老。
This meat is tough.
This meat is tough.
味儿很重。
This has a strong flavor.
This has a strong flavor.
太咸了。
It's too salty.
It's too salty.
太油腻了。
It's too greasy.
It's too greasy.
太烫了。
It's too hot.
It's too hot.
我的嘴都麻了。
My mouth is burning.
My mouth is burning.
你也来点吗？
Would you like some?
Would you like some?
我想再要一点葡萄酒。
I'd like some more wine.
I'd like some more wine.
我的叉子掉了。
I dropped my fork.
I dropped my fork.
再要一杯咖啡。
I'd like another cup of coffee.
I'd like another cup of coffee.
真好吃。
That was good.
That was good.
我吃饱了。
I'm very full.
I'm very full.
食物不够了。
There isn't enough food.
There isn't enough food.
再喝一杯吗？
Would you like another drink?
Would you like another drink?
您喝什么样的咖啡？
How do you like your coffee?
How do you like your coffee?
付款，请结账。
Bill, please.
Bill, please.
在哪儿付钱？
Where should I pay?
Where should I pay?
我请客。
It's on me.
It's on me.
我来付。
I'll take care of it.
I'll take care of it.
这是什么的钱？
What is this for?
What is this for?
我觉得这儿算错了。
I'm afraid there is a mistake here.
I'm afraid there is a mistake here.
我们各付各的吧。
Let's go Dutch.
Let's go Dutch.
我们分开付款。
We'd like to pay separately.
We'd like to pay separately.
不用找钱了。
Keep the change.
Keep the change.
请开张发票。
May I have a receipt, please?
May I have a receipt, please?
33. 外出旅行时，旅游信息问讯处在哪儿？
Where's the Tourist Information Center?
Where's the Tourist Information Center?
能给我一张免费城市地图吗？
May I have a free city map?
May I have a free city map?
博物馆几点开馆？
When does the museum open?
When does the museum open?
您能告诉我这座城市有哪些好玩的地方吗？
Please tell me about some interesting places in this town.
Please tell me about some interesting places in this town.
您对什么感兴趣？
What are your interests?
What are your interests?
我对建筑感兴趣。
I'm interested in architecture.
I'm interested in architecture.
都有哪些路线的旅行呢？
What kind of tours do you have?
What kind of tours do you have?
请告诉我去的路线。
Please show me the way.
Please show me the way.
他们星期六开门吗？
Are they open on Saturdays?
Are they open on Saturdays?
有旅游车吗？
Are there any sightseeing buses?
Are there any sightseeing buses?
我想坐出租车旅游。
I'd like a tour by taxi.
I'd like a tour by taxi.
我想要一个导游。
I'd like a guide.
I'd like a guide.
我想要一位会日语的导游。
I want a Japanese-speaking guide.
I want a Japanese-speaking guide.
一天多少钱？
How much is it per day?
How much is it per day?
入场券多少钱？
How much is admission?
How much is admission?
买2张票。
2 tickets, please.
2 tickets, please.
那个建筑物是什么？
What's that building?
What's that building?
它的历史有多久？
How old is it?
How old is it?
我们能进到里面吗？
Can we go in?
Can we go in?
我们去看看那座城堡吧。
Let's go to see the castle.
Let's go to see the castle.
多美的景色呀！
What a beautiful view.
What a beautiful view.
我想多待一会儿。
I want to stay longer.
I want to stay longer.
我们走吧。
Let's leave now.
Let's leave now.
我想休息一会儿。
I want to rest a while.
I want to rest a while.
这儿可以照相吗？
May I take a picture here?
May I take a picture here?
您能给我们照张相吗？
Would you take a picture for us?
Would you take a picture for us?
能和我一起照张相吗？
Would you mind posing with me?
Would you mind posing with me?
我会把照片寄给您的。
I'll send the pictures.
I'll send the pictures.
哪儿有礼品店？
Where's the gift shop?
Where is the gift shop?
洗手间在哪儿？
Where's the bathroom?
Where's the bathroom?
出去，然后往左拐。
It's outside to the left.
It's outside to the left.
我能走得到吗？
Can I walk there?
Can I walk there?
你最好坐公共汽车。
You should take a bus.
You should take a bus.
今天晚上的节目是什么？
What's on tonight?
What's on tonight?
一共演多长时间？
How long does it last?
How long does it last?
几点演完？
What time will it be over?
What time will it be over?
34. 遇到麻烦时，语言不通。我想请一位日本人翻译。
I'd like to have a Japanese interpreter.
I'd like to have a Japanese interpreter.
我不会说英语。
I can't speak English.
I can't speak English.
我的英语不太好。
My English isn't good enough.
My English isn't good enough.
请安排一位会说日语的人。
A Japanese-speaking person, please.
A Japanese-speaking person, please.
请再说一遍。
Pardon me?
Pardon me?
您说什么？
What did you say?
What did you say?
您能慢一点说吗？
Would you slow down, please?
Would you slow down, please?
我们想请一位会说日语的导游。
I'd like a Japanese-speaking guide, please.
I'd like a Japanese-speaking guide, please.
有会说日语的人吗？
Does anyone speak Japanese?
Does anyone speak Japanese?
我们语言不通。
I can't make myself understood.
I can't make myself understood.
我不知道这用英文怎么说。
I don't know how to say it in English.
I don't know how to say it in English.
日语中的ギリ用英文怎么说？
How do you say giri in English?
How do you say giri in English?
英文管这叫什么？
What do you call this in English?
What do you call this in English?
失窃，叫警察。
Call the police.
Call the police.
我的包被偷了。
I had my bag stolen.
I had my bag stolen.
我该告诉谁？
Who should I report it to?
Who should I report it to?
失物招领处在哪儿？
Where is the lost and found?
Where is the lost and found?
什么样的包？
What kind of bag?
What kind of bag?
里面都有什么？
What was in it?
What was in it?
里面有多少钱？
How much was in it?
How much was in it?
我们找到后会跟你联系的。
We'll call you if we find it.
We'll call you if we find it.
您能填一下这张表吗？
Could you fill out this form?
Could you fill out this form?
请您写一下被盗经过。
Please give me a report on the theft.
Please give me a report on the theft.
日本大使馆在哪儿？
Where is the Japanese embassy?
Where is the Japanese embassy?
我的护照丢了。
I lost my passport.
I lost my passport.
这儿有会说日语的人吗？
Does anyone here speak Japanese?
Does anyone here speak Japanese?
能补发一本吗？
Can I get it reissued?
Can I get it reissued?
请取消我的卡号。
Please cancel my card number.
Please cancel my card number.
我该怎么办？
What should I do?
What should I do?
呼救，10万火急，
It's an emergency.
It's an emergency.
快叫大夫！
Please call a doctor.
Please call a doctor.
救命啊！
Help!
Help!
小偷！
Thief!
Thief.
第7章，商业信函用语。35，引言部分。收信。我们收到了您1998年4月14日的来信。
We have received your letter of April 14, 1998.
We have received your letter of April 14, 1998.
我们收到了您的咨询函，非常感谢。
We thank you for your inquiry.
We thank you for your inquiry.
我们非常高兴从您的来信中获悉。
We are pleased to learn from your letter.
We are pleased to learn from your letter.
我们收到了您1998年5月23日的来函查询，非常感激。
We are grateful for your inquiry of May 23, 1998.
We are grateful for your inquiry of May 23, 1998.
我们已经收到了您1998年6月6日的来信。
This is to acknowledge your letter of June 6, 1998.
This is to acknowledge your letter of June 6, 1998.
回信。我非常愉快地回复您1998年8月18日的来函查询。
We are pleased to respond to your inquiry of August 18, 1998.
We are pleased to respond to your inquiry of August 18, 1998.
以下是就您1998年10月21日来信的回函。
We are writing in response to your letter of October 21, 1998.
We are writing in response to your letter of October 21, 1998.
这是对您1998年10月29日来信的复函。
This refers to your letter of October 29, 1998.
This refers to your letter of October 29, 1998.
这是对您1998年11月4日来信给予的答复。
This is in response to your letter of November 4, 1998.
This is in response to your letter of November 4, 1998. 从来信中得知，我们高兴地从您的来信中得知。
We are happy to learn from your letter that
We are happy to learn from your letter that 我们很遗憾地从您的信中得知。
We regret to learn from your letter that
We regret to learn from your letter that 我们为我们的差错向您表示真诚的歉意。
We would like to offer our sincere apologies for the mistake.
We would like to offer our sincere apologies for the mistake. 得知，真是太好了。
It is nice to know that
It is nice to know that 为我们很遗憾。
It is regretted that
It is regretted that 联系 我们非常愉快地通知您。
We are pleased to inform you that.
We are pleased to inform you that.
我们想通知您。
We would like to inform you that.
We would like to inform you that.
我们非常荣幸地通知您。
We take pleasure in informing you of.
We take pleasure in informing you of.
我们很遗憾地通知您。
We regret to inform you that.
We regret to inform you that.
我们抱歉地通知您。
We are sorry to inform you that.
We are sorry to inform you that.
请允许我通知您。
Please be advised that.
Please be advised that.
随信附上，随信附上。
We will enclose.
We will enclose.
随信附上的复印件。
We are enclosing a copy of.
We are enclosing a copy of.
复印件随信一并寄上。
There is a copy of attached to this letter.
There is a copy of attached to this letter.
附上了您要的。
Attached you will find.
Attached you will find.
附记在内的是一份的复印件。
Enclosed is a copy of.
Enclosed is a copy of.
寄给，请寄出。我将寄给你。
We will send you.
We will send you.
我们非常高兴地寄给你。
We are pleased to send you.
We are pleased to send you.
我们另外再把合同书寄给您。
We are sending you the contract separately.
We are sending you the contract separately.
您能将寄给我们吗？
Would you please send us?
Would you please send us?
如果您能将寄给我们的话，我们将非常感谢。
We would appreciate it if you would send us.
We would appreciate it if you would send us.
认为对方收到了自己的信件。几个月前，我们曾就是给您写了一封信。
Some months ago we wrote you regarding.
Some months ago, we wrote you regarding.
就是我们至今没有得到您的回音。
So far, we do not seem to have received word from you.
So far, we do not seem to have received word from you.
如果在1998年12月1日前还得不到您的回音的话，
If we do not hear from you by December 1, 1998,
if we do not hear from you by December 1, 1998,
有关是我们还未收到您的任何回音。
so far we have not received word from you.
So far, we have not received word from you.
因回复迟了而表示歉意，很抱歉未能尽早给您回信。
We apologize for not replying to you earlier.
We apologize for not replying to you earlier.
未能及时给您回信，我们深表歉意。
We are sorry for not answering your letter sooner.
We are sorry for not answering your letter sooner.
久未回信，让您久等了。
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your patience.
36. 正文部分，叙述事情。我们被告知，
We are told that.
We are told that.
我们从青木先生那儿了解到，
We understand from Mr. Aoki that.
We understand from Mr. Aoki that.
我们察觉到，
We observed that.
We observed that.
我们希望提醒贵方注意。
We would like to call your attention to.
We would like to call your attention to.
我们想利用这次的机会，就是提醒您。
May we take this occasion to remind you that.
May we take this occasion to remind you that.
转达希望，我们希望您能。
We hope that you will.
We hope that you will.
我们希望收到。
We hope to receive.
We hope to receive.
我对很感兴趣。
We are interested in.
We are interested in.
我们渴望知道。
We would be interested to learn.
We would be interested to learn.
如果您能告诉我们，我们将不胜感激。
We would appreciate it if you will let us know.
We would appreciate it if you will let us know.
我们能麻烦您将寄给我们吗？
May we ask you to send us.
May we ask you to send us.
致谢，非常感谢您为我们提供的一切。
We thank you for your offer.
We thank you for your offer.
您，我们不胜感激。
I appreciate very much that you.
I appreciate very much that you.
对贵方的大力合作，我们万分感激。
We appreciate your cooperation and.
We appreciate your cooperation and.
感到遗憾，得知我们感到很遗憾。
It is regretful to learn of.
It is regretful to learn of.
我们抱歉地通知您，
We are sorry to inform you that.
We are sorry to inform you that.
为我们深表遗憾。
We are very sorry that.
We are very sorry that.
我们遗憾地通知您，
We regret to inform you that.
We regret to inform you that.
表示歉意，就我们表示歉意。
We apologize for.
We apologize for.
我们对感到非常抱歉。
We are very sorry for.
We are very sorry for.
抱怨，我们不得不遗憾地通知您。
We are sorry to inform you that.
We are sorry to inform you that.
我们不得不很遗憾地提醒您。
We very much regret to have to remind you of.
We very much regret to have to remind you of.
我们请求您对给予注意。
We invite your attention to.
We invite your attention to.
我们想提醒您注意。
May we remind you that.
May we remind you that.
我们想指出。
We wish to point out that.
We wish to point out that.
祝贺，我们非常高兴地获悉。
We are delighted to learn that.
We are delighted to learn that.
衷心地祝贺你。
Congratulations on your.
Congratulations on your.
吊唁，刚刚惊悉某某不幸逝世，我们深感悲痛。
We have just learned with profound sorrow of the passing away of.
We have just learned with profound sorrow of the passing away of.
对某某的不幸逝世，我们深感痛惜。
We wish to express our deep regret over the passing of.
We wish to express our deep regret over the passing of.
请接受我们诚挚的哀悼。
Please accept my sincerest condolences.
Please accept my sincerest condolences.
我们同意你们关于的意见。
We agree with you on.
We agree with you on.
我们完全同意您信上所提出的所有问题。
We are in full agreement with the points raised in your letter.
We are in full agreement with the points raised in your letter.
我们非常高兴能有机会。
We are very pleased to have the opportunity to.
We are very pleased to have the opportunity to.
我们非常高兴的。
We will be delighted to.
We will be delighted to.
陈述自己的意见。我们认为。
We think that.
We think that.
我们强烈的感到。
We feel strongly that.
We feel strongly that.
我们所理解的是。
It is our understanding that.
It is our understanding that.
我们对完全没有异议。
We do not anticipate any objections to.
We do not anticipate any objections to.
我们找不到任何理由。
We can see no reason why.
We can see no reason why.
反驳对方。我们不清楚您到底是怎么想的。
It is not quite clear to us what you had in mind.
It is not quite clear to us what you had in mind.
使我们担心的一点是。
The one point that concerned us a little was.
The one point that concerned us a little was.
我们对感到担心和挂念。
We have become concerned with regards to.
We have become concerned with regards to.
中立的答复。我们正在过程中。
We are now in the process of.
We are now in the process of.
我们非常重视。
We value highly.
We value highly.
我们非常感谢您提出的这件事。
We thank you for raising the issue.
We thank you for raising the issue.
您的建议将由进行讨论。
Your suggestions are being followed up by.
Your suggestions are being followed up by.
否定的回答。我们希望您能理解我们这次行动的理由。
We hope you will understand our reason for this action.
We hope you will understand our reason for this action.
我们很难接受。
It would be difficult for us to accept.
It would be difficult for us to accept.
非常遗憾，我们不能。
We regret that we are unable to.
We regret that we are unable to.
除之外，我们没有选择的余地。
We have no alternative but to.
We have no alternative but to.
因此，我们采取的立场是。
Consequently, we are in the position to.
Consequently, we are in the position to
我方的行为和说明。我非常高兴地向您推荐。
We are pleased to recommend to you.
We are pleased to recommend to you.
我们与有非常亲密的关系。
We work closely together with.
We work closely together with.
我们已经得知。
We are also told that.
We are also told that.
修改后规定。
The amendment provides that.
The amendment provides that.
以下的条件表明。
The following conditions show that.
The following conditions show that.
这种变更意味着将会推迟。
The effect of this change will be to delay.
The effect of this change will be to delay.
表明谢意和希望。我们非常感谢本次交易和
We appreciate your business and.
We appreciate your business and.
还有对贵方的友好表示感谢。
And wish to thank you for your kindness.
And wish to thank you for your kindness.
我们非常感谢你们提供的意见。
We would appreciate receiving your comments.
We would appreciate receiving your comments.
我们非常欢迎你们提出宝贵意见。
We shall be interested in receiving your comments.
We shall be interested in receiving your comments.
显示热情和诚意。我们确信。
We are confident that.
We are confident that.
我们就的可能性表示极大的热忱。
We are enthusiastic over the possibilities of.
We are enthusiastic over the possibilities of.
我们非常欢迎此事有所发展。
We welcome this development very much.
We welcome this development very much.
我们将继续做我们所能做的一切。
We will continue to do all we can to.
We will continue to do all we can to.
我们将竭尽全力的。
We will do our utmost to.
We will do our utmost to.
为了扩大，我们将付出最大的努力。
We shall do whatever we can to extend.
We shall do whatever we can to extend.
我们将一直的努力提供给您我们最优惠价格。
We will always endeavor to offer you our most favorable rates.
We will always endeavor to offer you our most favorable rates.
就一事，请您尽管放心。
You may rest assured that.
You may rest assured that.
通知，希望得到通知。我们希望就此事今后经常保持联系。
We wish to keep you fully informed on this matter.
We wish to keep you fully informed on this matter.
在本项目实行之际，烦请通知我们一声。
Kindly inform us when this is put into effect.
Kindly inform us when this is put into effect.
对否定性回答的补充。我们希望您能够理解我们的立场。
We feel certain you will understand our position in this matter.
We feel certain you will understand our position in this matter.
尽管如此，我们将做我们所能做的一切。
Nevertheless, we will do everything we can to.
Nevertheless, we will do everything we can to.
对于，就我们来说，没有疑义。
There is no objection as far as we are concerned in.
There is no objection as far as we are concerned in.
为作为今后的参考，我们已将此事存入了我们的文档。
These have been placed into our files for future reference.
These have been placed into our files for future reference.
37结束部分，请求回函。如能尽早回复，我们将不胜感激。
We would appreciate an early reply.
We would appreciate an early reply.
我们期待着您满意的回答。
We look forward to your favorable reply.
We look forward to your favorable reply.
我们盼望着不久能听到您的回音。
We look forward to hearing from you soon.
We look forward to hearing from you soon.
如果就此事您能尽早回信的话，我们将衷心感谢。
Your prompt attention to this matter will be appreciated.
Your prompt attention to this matter will be appreciated.
回信请寄到上述地址。
Please write us at the above address.
Please write us at the above address.
请多关照，我们希望您能。
We hope that you will.
We hope that you will.
在此方面，如果能够得到您的合作，我将非常感谢。
Your kind cooperation in this respect is greatly appreciated.
Your kind cooperation in this respect is greatly appreciated.
我们希望能够继续得到你们的合作和支持。
We hope we can count on your continued cooperation and support.
We hope we can count on your continued cooperation and support.
我们期待着您的。
We look forward to your.
We look forward to your.
我们确信我们的请求将。
We trust our request will.
We trust our request will.
表明热情、诚意，要求合作。我们期待着当的那一刻。
We are looking forward to the time when.
We are looking forward to the time when.
请您不必客气，尽管与我们联系。
Please do not hesitate to contact us.
Please do not hesitate to contact us.
我们渴望在方面给您以援助。
We are always anxious to assist you in.
We are always anxious to assist you in.
如果您有什么问题的话，请不必客气，尽管与我们联系。
Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact us.
Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact us.
表示谢意，谢谢您提醒我们注意此事。
Thank you for calling this matter to our attention.
Thank you for calling this matter to our attention.
非常感谢您给予我们的合作。
Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you very much for your cooperation.
谢谢您提供给我们这样服务的机会。
Thank you for the opportunity to be of service.
Thank you for the opportunity to be of service.
我们感谢能有这样的机会去。
We appreciate this opportunity to.
We appreciate this opportunity to.
很高兴和你们保持贸易关系。
It is always a pleasure doing business with you.
It is always a pleasure doing business with you.
表示歉意，请接受我们诚挚的歉意。
Please accept our sincere apologies.
Please accept our sincere apologies.
我以我个人的身份为向您赔礼道歉。
I want to extend my personal apologies for.
I want to extend my personal apologies for.
应酬话，我们预祝您在新的一年里将更加辉煌和成功。
We wish you a bright and successful new year.
We wish you a bright and successful new year.
我们确信今后将继续不断地增加。
We trust that an increase in will continue in the future.
We trust that an increase in will continue in the future.
38. 结语敬上谨致问候
Yours very truly.
Yours very truly.
谨致问候
Sincerely yours.
Sincerely yours.
谨致问候
Cordially.
Cordially.
谨致问候
My best regards.
My best regards.
谨致问候
With best regards.
With best regards.
谨致问候
The very best to you.
The very best to you.
谨致问候
Best wishes.
Best wishes.
第8章绘画中常出现的谚语惯用语39谚语惯用语不管张三李四
Every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
一波未平一波又起
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
舍名求实
I live to eat.
I live to eat.
瞎猫碰上了死耗子
Every dog has his day.
Every dog has his day.
说曹操曹操到
Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil.
情人眼里出西施
Love is blind.
Love is blind.
一举两得
Kill two birds with one stone.
Kill two birds with one stone.
不闻凶讯便是吉
No news is good news.
No news is good news.
光阴似箭
Time flies.
Time flies.
时间就是金钱
Time is money.
Time is money.
百亿不如一亿精
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
三思而后行
Look before you leap.
Look before you leap.
百闻不如一见
Seeing is believing.
Seeing is believing.
无风不起浪
There is no smoke without fire.
诚实总是上策
Honesty is the best policy.
Honesty is the best policy.
晚做总比不做强
Better late than never.
Better late than never.
男孩子就是男孩子嘛
Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
知识就是力量
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power.
冰冻3尺非一日之寒罗马不是一天就建成的
Rome was not built in a day.
Rome was not built in a day.
条条大路通罗马
All roads lead to Rome.
All roads lead to Rome.
入乡随俗
When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
熟能生巧，
Practice makes perfect.
Practice makes perfect.
历史总在重演。
History repeats itself.
History repeats itself.
祸不单行，福无双至。
When it rains, it always pours.
When it rains, it always pours.
功夫不负有心人，
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
行动比语言更响亮。
Actions speak louder than words.
Actions speak louder than words.
来得容易，去得快。
Easy come, easy go.
Easy come, easy go.
血浓于水，
Blood is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water.
有其父必有其子。
Like father, like son.
Like father, like son.
恋爱和战争都是不择手段的。
All's fair in love and war.
All's fair in love and war.
美貌不过一张皮，
Beauty is only skin deep.
Beauty is only skin deep.
东西总是人家的好。
The grass is always greener on the other side of the fence.
The grass is always greener on the other side of the fence.
不劳则不获，
You cannot make an omelet without breaking eggs.
You cannot make an omelet without breaking eggs.
流水不腐，户枢不堵。
A rolling stone gathers no moss.
A rolling stone gathers no moss.
患难见真情，
A friend in need is a friend indeed.
A friend in need is a friend indeed.
只会工作不会玩的人是没意思的人。
All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
事实胜于雄辩，
The proof of the pudding is in the eating.
The proof of the pudding is in the eating.
岁月不待人，
Time and tide wait for no man.
Time and tide wait for no man.
越快越好，
The sooner the better.
The sooner the better.
正好。
On the nose.
On the nose.
捉迷藏，
Hide and seek.
Hide and seek.
未完待续，
To be continued.
To be continued.
一个巴掌拍不响，
It takes two to tango.
It takes two to tango.
尽快，
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
随便吃，
All you can eat.
All you can eat.
多项选择，
Multiple choice.
Multiple choice.
各就各位，预备，跑。
Ready, get set, go.
Ready, get set, go.
从头到尾，
From A to Z.
From A to Z.
始终，一直，一贯。
All along.
All along.
就我的记忆来说，
As far as I can remember.
As far as I can remember.
以牙还牙，针锋相对。
Tit for tat.
Tit for tat.
这是我为什么在这儿的原因。
That's what I'm here for.
That's what I'm here for.
2加3等于5。
2 and 3 is 5.
2 and 3 is 5.
我们有天壤之别，
We're as different as night and day.
We're as different as night and day.
东施效颦，
Monkey see, monkey do.
Monkey see, monkey do.
以先后顺序为准。
First come, first served.
First come, first served.
过时了。
It's out of date.
It's out of date.
电视有长处，也有短处。
TV has its merits and demerits.
TV has its merits and demerits.
我利用了它的弱点。
I took advantage of his weakness.
I took advantage of his weakness.
我长了不少见识。
I've learned something.
I've learned something.
那会引起火灾呀。
It's a fire hazard.
It's a fire hazard.
什么事都有可能发生。
Anything could happen.
Anything could happen.
将来可以用来做参考。
For future reference.
For future reference.
在我背后。
Behind my back.
Behind my back.
换换心情。
For a change.
For a change.
有钱能使鬼推磨。
Money talks.
Money talks.
别说丧气话。
Never say die.
Never say die.
过去的事情让它过去吧。
Let bygones be bygones.
Let bygones be bygones.
有总比没有强。
Better than nothing.
Better than nothing.
酒肉朋友。
A fair weather friend.
A fair weather friend.
滴水汇成河。
Every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps.